Right, so brief
I read
introduction of where we were
messy.
before. After
Yes.
you had set out from the convene and aborted a pirate ship uh, given to yourself from Swindler's Bay, you decided to set forth, coming to a hidden cove which appeared to be a drug trafficking ring of some kind, and asking little questions and moving swiftly on, trying not to cause a political incident. You headed up and out, and after a brief scuffle with the local wildlife, after a short walk and day of two of travel, you found yourself at the gate. After noticing somebody who had been very unfortunate, you used charm and wit to maneuver a few creatures away out of your path so you could go visit the local garrison that was just sat outside of the gate, and in doing so found that they had been trapped there by the creatures outside, and you joined forces with them to hopefully deal with them as one of the larger, what would be defined as an alpha beast, appeared and began harrowing you. Just before combat began, we left, and that is where we will start off. Now, I believe everybody had a turn order. God damn it.
I put it
Yes.
in the chat, I believe.
And here's where we put our turn order, if we had one.
I think hang on. Open chat.
You
Oh
got
no,
currently
everybody
everyone
has
has
plus
plus
10 to
10.
dex to 3 rounds. That's the last thing I put in. Also, can I get the link for the done the map, because I recently did a cache clear on my computer.
It's okay.
Okay.
I'll just be a second. I'm going to have to break the legs of this thing because the initiative
Just check
tracker is being
the
a
chat.
pain.
Check the chat and you will see it.
Check chat and you will see something that isn't just a tree. Ba-ba-bum. Okay. No,
Also,
it's not
the
a security
bush.
threat. It is literally the thing I just looked at. For Christ's sake, you...
Also, my bush is trapped inside the building.
Your bush is trapped inside a building. What a ridiculous.
Yeah, because I can't open the door.
Stop pissing about with the bush.
Look, I had to use it so I could see everyone in there. And now it's forever alone.
You don't need the bush anyway.
I
like
can't
it.
even remember what I did to gain that that cool thing.
I
God,
believe
don't
everybody
worry,
also has
darling.
like a fucking fat plus 10.
yes, every plus 10 to dex for 3 rounds.
Indeed.
You did like a story time thing.
I did a story thing, but I can't remember what was the actual skill I used.
I'm sure you'll find it in due time.
I'm pretty sure it was your soul thing.
That I
Later
believe it
that
was.
very same bee.
It was, you're right. It was my words of vigor.
Ah, the
So,
situation has not been alleviated by the addition of yet more bees.
you wonderful people, I believe we have... I'm just going to duplicate this so I can grab the initiative and all
Because
that good guff.
Because if I remember correctly, there was sometimes that have happened. We ended it at the big alpha's turn.
So, it was Aura's turn. Now it's time for the big dog to move.
Hang on, I'm still trying to log in.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Big Dog had moved.
I think that was his turn when we left off.
Yeah, he did the whole raw thing, trying to intimidate us, and we went fuck you.
So now it's Doggo 1. 10, 15, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
There are
11,
so
12,
many
13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
I keep thinking, like, isn't there one other person? Or like, no, this is it.
Nope,
It's
this is
just
it.
us.
They've taken
Just
their
the
full
four of
dash
us.
just to get
No.
right up in Aldea's face.
And my
Not
face,
in Aldea's
apparently.
face, in Cass's. Which
Aura.
one are you? Aura's face.
I was going to say there are There are quite a few of us in a line.
Indeed.
Yeah.
So next, it's over to Aldea's turn.
Why am I floating?
Oh, my turn. Things.
Uh,
You're floating because you're awesome, I guess.
I think you were having issues with the vertical thing. Anyway, fuck it.
Probably.
There we go. You're on the floor again. You're welcome. So, what play do you want to make?
I am currently actually braining that. So this is the problem when I have to read all of our stuff.
When you just sat there fiddling through spells, you're like, who dies today?
Fucking wizards.
Yeah, but
Wait a
also,
minute.
have you considered?
And the answer is everyone. Rah!
I mean, I could start charging that now. How long would it take me to wipe out the entire map? How many rounds
what
of
with?
fire?
Oh, just
Right of fire.
your humble reminder that you exist on the map.
Um,
It's okay. I'm just sat on you at the moment, so as long as you don't turn to ash and cinders
I
that
would
get
be
blown in
should
the wind, I'll be
suspicious.
fine.
I believe it should state on your rite of fire exactly what that would be. And
Yes,
just,
it does to a degree. I just don't know how big the map is, and I'm not going to be using
each
that
square
yet
is like
because-
a single foot, as it were.
Yeah.
Footses, feetses.
Do you know what? We're going to go for a blast back with repel.
Okay,
Since I'm sat on someone's shoulders and don't particularly want to get bushed in the face.
certainly. Which one are you targeting?
The one that's closest to the big one.
Okay. So it's got to make a what check against you?
I do a roll conjuration versus their push pull check.
Okay, noted. I'll just take a brief gander at their wonderful statage.
Yeah, so I've got to start doing mathage, so then
As we see how well this is going to work out for you guys.
I'm just trying to find the song that I'm singing so I can send you the link.
You are more than welcome to.
There it is.
Okay, so I'd imagine push pull.
Scooby Dooby Doo. Where are you?
Okay.
so it needs to be doing math. 33.
33. Okay.
Did I break the music button?
Sure.
I
It
think
fails to beat that. How far does Blastback push it?
60 feet.
And I believe Blastback also means if it collides with anything, it has some terrible problems as well, correct?
Something like that, yeah. If it collides with any other occupant of that space, be it a person or obstacle, the target and the object they collide with take half the difference of the damage between the two. Oh, but half the difference between the two rolls as damage. So
Okay.
anything it hits will take the difference between whatever you rolled and 33.
So he rolled a
60 feet is going to be off the map.
26.
Just...
And
Oh yeah, I am aiming it at the females as well,
yeah,
obviously.
it smacks into the tree at some speed as you like kind of wave of magic comes off you as you make a kind of small gesture with your owl wing, just kind of, and boom, there's a like small arcane pulse as the creature goes launching some distance away.
Maybe the owl's just that strong.
And he takes the damage and the difference in damage, right?
Yeah.
Okay, noted.
Owlet's got 60 strength, right?
Well, it takes the difference between my conjuration check and its check. So sadly, I don't have that much strength, and it wouldn't matter even if I did.
Okay, so we'd usually have a total HP of that. And that's just been taken by that, so I'm going to put it at that. Okay, perfect.
Oh.
It's taken some firm
Some.
lumps
Good.
as we move over to the next person's turn. As it's the captain's move. Seeing everything that's gone on, the captain's going to get 5.
Oh, the year was 1778. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. A letter of marque came from the king
That's
to
not
the
what I was
scummiest
playing. I don't
vessel
know
I have
what's in the
ever
playlist.
seen. God damn them all. I was told we'd cruise the seas for American gold. We'd fire no
I'll deal
guns,
with that.
shed no tears. Now I'm
Glad you could turn him down.
Dear Lord, please turn them down. My.
Just really loud.
Right, so they can
You
get
can
up.
see, I'm on a slight delay in watching myself on the screen. You can see my face where it's like, that's not what I put in.
They're going to make a quick check to see how far they can lob this massive barrel of.
Tree.
Yeah, they try and
Yeah.
toss the keg. It's a fairly weighty keg, and it doesn't go nearly as far as you would have, I'd imagined, hoped.
Where do they get it to? Considering I'm carrying the other 3.
Sorry about this. I'll just be a brief second.
Sorry.
There is unfortunately no better representation right now, but he throws the keg to about here.
Here does not help, unfortunately.
It's on the map.
Wait. We're gonna have to
You could say
refresh
that it's
it.
fallen flat.
I'm going to refresh the map then.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. It's fallen flat.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yep.
Bush! You have returned.
So yes. With
Okay, I see now.
that's his turn done, and we move over to Asteran.
Oh, Jesus, the big one really went far.
But yeah, basically, but almost off the map.
Serves it
Yeah,
right.
I didn't see any of that move.
I'm going to.
The tree they hit has now like kind of fallen over.
I'm having trouble with my goddamn.
When is
thing.
my turn?
When's your turn? You literally go last.
Damn. I thought Aspiran was like one of the first to go.
Asteran is fairly high, but
I'm going to approach this one. I am then going to enter into a state known as precision
Lovely boy.
focus.
Oh.
Precision focus?
yeah.
Yes, it's going to be precision focus, not impact focus. As I am going to attack, that's going with my silvered steel sword.
So who are you swinging at? Because your icon hasn't moved for me as of yet.
It's
He's-
swinging at the one like right next to the oven.
I see. Absolutely fine.
Can you try pushing him closer to the barrel?
So
I reckon this is good.
make your attack roll.
I wouldn't have been able to get a very good angle on it. I would literally need to be in the building to get a good angle on it.
Fair enough.
Okay, I've got to play the song to skip it. So I've got to play it, and then you've got to all vote to skip for me.
Fair.
Okay.
I like this song.
Oh, the year was 1778. How I wish I was in.
I'm just gonna happily turn the volume down to like 20%.
Yeah. There you go. This is the song.
It's a
that I-
33 to hit.
33 to hit. That'll do
Aye.
it. Most certainly.
Cool.
Don't forget the plus 10s you got.
I haven't,
Oh.
trust me.
I did. Oh well.
You did. It's okay. I'll just go ahead and add that to the damage now.
Sorry. Thank you.
Right.
That's 23 damage.
23 damage.
See?
Add it all up for me then, Baba.
Okay. You cleave into it, your silver swiftly diving deep into the chest cavity of this beast as you push it back and move it away from Aura as you position yourself between the pair. There is a large gash through its chest and it seems to be severely wounded by that shot.
What a- That's me, by the way.
Perfect. In which case, beg my pardon, I'll just be a brief moment. Right. So now it is over to the guards and the other, I believe, guards.
On the screen, everything shifted. Weird.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. I can get right up into Jarvan's attack range. And it's going to try and attack.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that you could just step on them.
It's going to try and bite you.
Okay.
Does a 13 beat your AC? Your
13.
a 13 does that beat your PD?
The PD is currently 18. However, to kick myself in the foot, I will say, is that also including the +4?
When you say +4, what do you mean?
Like, opponents gain +4 to hit against me because I am so big.
Yes. So with the +4, the DC would be. Pardon me 1 second. So that would be 17 to hit them.
Then no. Because
Cool.
I'm still 18.
its attack fails to land beyond your various armored parts as you basically maneuver under its jaws and manage to shift your weight in such a way that it doesn't gain any purchase upon you, at least for now. As the second.
I'm just imagining he's trying to bite my ankle. Like, no.
Yeah, no, I just remembered we've all got a +10 to our decks, so
Yeah,
That's
that's the
why
only reason why my
she's natural PD straight up.
That's why mine's an 18 right now.
Only an 18.
So this one's going to move within range,
Yes!
but it can't do anything further because it's too far away.
Mine's currently 26 with the +10, so.
This is very awkward from what the plan I had. Because now everyone's too close.
Yeah, the barrel they threw is pretty distant as well now.
Yeah. But I've got the other three.
So,
I'll fix it later.
moving on to the guards. First is going to move over to here. And is going to toss another keg.
Wait, how many kegs are there?
There's several.
Oh, I thought there was only the 4.
I think everybody got 1 and you got 4.
I have 3 of them currently, because I'm missing an arm.
Indeed.
Well, I'm missing a forearm.
But yeah, 1 throws a keg there. The other moves here. And also throws a keg. Oh.
Ah, yes. Tiny black shapes.
Oh, do you not see the...
I see like a shadow of them.
Fair enough. They exist, I swear. So, with the guards going, it's over to you, Jarvan.
Well, this is kind of awkward now, because everyone's here. I was kind of expecting,
Start
you know,
throwing
run to...
numbers.
I was going to go run to them and go kaboom, but now everyone's here. And I think everyone will get annoyed if I go kaboom. So we can't do that. Don't float in the air. Would it be... How many of them would I be able to push?
How far would you be able to push?
How far and how many?
Well, I would say with an arm free, you could probably push each one. You need to make a separate check against each one to be able to push them.
Look, can I not just scooch them along with my foot? Like, you know when you like scooch a puppy, like gently trying to get them to like, you're like, no, don't go under my feet.
These aren't quite puppies.
Yes, but I'm trying to do the nice way of saying it. Okay, fine. When you have a hold on, what's the thing you can kick?
A football?
We have it. No, it has to be an annoying. I guess footballs are annoying objects.
A little brother? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm an only child. I've never had that experience. Basically, the sensation where like you'll kind of use your foot to like push things away or maneuver them.
So
to where
basically, you're going to try and punt one.
I want to punch as many as I can, and then follow up.
Well, you can make a push check
Okay.
to basically force them back some space.
Okay. Considering I think wasn't the whole idea supposed to be like gather them all up in one spot and then go make them go kaboom?
I mean, that certainly seemed to have been the original idea.
Okay. I'm gonna try that. Let's see. So push is a +8 because I'm better at breaking things. That is numbers 21.
21 was that?
Yes.
Fair enough. Who's looking weird? Okay. Sure. So you got 21. I'm just rolling for which one is it? The far one to your left, center, or to your right?
I guess I'll get the one to my right just to kind of like shove it with the others for the moment, so I can then kind of just herd them as like a singular group.
So are you trying to get distance? Are you trying to group them? I'm trying to get exactly what you're trying to do here.
So I guess at this stage is going to be grouping them, and then when I next get the opportunity, I'm gonna then start trying to herd them towards the bigger one, I suppose.
Okay, so if you want to group them up and herd them, you could make a grapple check on all three of them.
Okay.
Oh, no catching the fishes.
What
Please
do
tell
I
me you've
do
not been
for the
trying to
grapple
catch the
checks?
fish.
So
It is empty.
basically, you're going to need to roll your athletics against each of them.
Okay.
So I'm going to need 3 athletics rolls from you. And we'll go from left to right.
Okay, so that is a 16. That is another 16.
So that's a success.
And
That is a failure for the second. And the last one,
28. I actually got an actual 20 of that.
success. Okay. So the middle one seems to slink out of your grasp, but the other 2 seem to be basically in your hands. And you start like kind of pulling them together.
Okay. That works.
Cool.
Who's good doggos?
Oh, good doggos.
Oh.
They're just kind of like tearing, snarling. You're like, yeah.
I don't feel a damn thing.
Wonderful. We're back up to Aura.
I believe I've got to maintain the song, haven't I?
I believe so. You'll need to double check your soul to double check the exact things about
They
it, please.
retain the bonus up to that as you maintain the song. So
Yep.
I'm guessing as long as I want, as basically for the next 3 turns, I've got to continue doing this.
Certainly. Do you want to
Can I-
reposition at all?
Yeah, can I add a word to the song that I'm doing? Because the way it says you can add words.
Absolutely, but it will basically maintain under the same basically time span as the first one. So when this drops, they will all drop.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to add the word reprieve in, so people can start regaining some HP. So it's 1d performance divided by 4. Okay, so it's 8. So I roll a 1d8, yeah?
Yep.
Like, how much further down on the turn order am I?
You are. You've got about 2 other people, but sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 other turns to take after Aura finishes hers before you get yours next.
Okay, I'm just thinking about going down and checking my dinner was all.
Yeah, you should be fine if you need to.
Cool.
Okay,
I have 23.5 PD if it comes up.
Got it?
everybody will regain 6 HP each turn.
Oh, remember that, Blake, for me.
Will do.
I've got to take another 5 PP.
You don't heal during turns. It's during like hours, isn't it? For Jordan.
For Jarvan?
Yeah.
He regenerates. Hang on. So his regeneration is 1 HP every 3 turns that pass. It's
Nice.
the limbs that recover every 3 days.
Cool. No worries. All right. With that in mind,
Yes. Move.
as you do that, now time for Big Dog.
30, isn't it? I can move.
Yep, up to 30 feet.
Oh, stop. Fucking.
1, 2,
Stay still.
4, 5,
Map.
6, 7, 10, 11, 12.
Basically, I want to get myself to under this. Basically, to. Oh, there by the tree.
Sure.
Just see. Can I do this? Wait, let me do this.
10, 11, 12, 16, 17, 18, 19,
Why not let
20,
me
21,
move?
22, 23, 25, 26, 27,
That's not let me
28,
move.
29, 30. It's just out of range. And where are you trying to go? Over here?
Other side of the tree, basically.
It's the other side of this tree.
So I'm still kind of like within range of people hearing me singing, but not.
Sure. I just reassigned you the token, so hopefully you can move it now properly.
Does everyone want to potentially
I-
run from my position?
Is that a request or a suggestion?
I can't
I-
stop the map moving.
It's a highly reasonable suggestion. Some
So,
sound advice.
after Big Dog's moved, it's time for the first doggo to start attacking you, Jorvin. With Jorvis, with everybody all gathered up, you're going to be like the hate of all the dogs.
Huzzah! Come at me, boys!
And the thing decided to do something fucky. Cool. I'll just be a hot second while I pull it all up. So the first goes to bite you. That's not enough. The second goes to bite you. Nat 20's it.
Like, I've only got 18.
Yep, so that's going to come through.
Cool, don't tell me the damage.
I won't. I'm just going to sit here and roll for it while maniacally laughing. So. What? That's supposed to be. So, 1, 2, okay. So that's. Noted. And what's your PD? Because you got natural resistances, don't you?
So it's -6 damage. if that's the thing you're thinking.
What's your PDR?
That is a excellent question. What is PDR?
PDR, it's your physical damage resistance. So it's the amount you naturally reduce any physical damage by before any other like reductions.
So I got -6 from my.
From being a big guy.
Yeah. How do I tell them if I go from?
It'll be what your armor is. So what's your armor usually give you?
Oh, my armor normally gives me 2.
But it's broken at the moment, doesn't it?
Nope, I fixed it.
Oh, if you fixed it, then it'll just give you a flat 2, so that'll reduce it by 2. But they're using a piercing effect, so that's nullified. That's fine. I just want to double check. So that was. Okay, and the last one's going to also try and hit you for some damage. Right.
Be sure just to describe to the audience the viscera that they see.
Sure. The creature tries to bite you. Its small teeth wrench around your large, thick, green musculature, barely seeming to sink in as deep as you suppose it would like, as it seems to sit there gnawing on your arm, not for any want of trying to kill you, but it doesn't seem to feel like much. Yeah, not like you'd feel it anyway. The second one also seems to land. That is...
Imagine everyone else watching.
The second one goes in and begins kind of clawing down at your like shins and arm, just its large tendrily hands just ripping at like your flesh. You notice small chunks come flying off. Cool. So with that, that's both those creatures' turns. As I believe we come up to Eldea.
Shame, since last I remember, Eldea was perched on Asteran's shoulder, so I'm going to talk to the empty space that currently is Asteran. She's literally just going to go, I'm tired, and flop against his neck and shoulder.
I see.
It's daytime. She did her big thing.
I see.
Oh, did you add your reductions for daytime stuff earlier?
No. So that'd be -5, so it'd be +5 back to big boy.
Okay,
I think
that's fine. Yep.
Last I did maths.
So overall, it worked out as a +4 you gained earlier.
Shit's tiring, yo.
Yeah, so
16
literally just
time.
gonna sort of like flop. We should probably, I don't know, back up something, I guess. And yeah, that's her entire turn, just lounging, since nothing seems to be going for her at the moment.
Cool.
Getting her strength back for round 2.
The captain looks on in resolute horror as the thing he chucked the barrel at seems to have rushed right past him towards his crew. He's going to try and intervene and goes up to the big creature, swinging a sword at it, hopefully not too ineffectually.
I see the guards are idiots.
He hits it and deals a grand total of... It doesn't look like the sword did much, like, at all, as it sinks into the back of the great, like, alpha beast, and it just kind of, like, seems to barely register on its face at all.
Will I be able to say something on Josh's turn?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Speaking of, it will be Josh's turn now.
Cool.
That's right. We can just sit there and
We can sit there and play
cinematically enjoy his
play.
scars. That's what we'll do. It'll be one of those sort of long staring at his scars Witcher style scenes while we're waiting for him to do whatever he's thinking about doing.
And you're just slowly hearing the hissing
Meanwhile,
of
at Astran's
burning
scars.
wick.
Yep, them the scars.
You're just hearing the hissing birds of thread slowly coming to the inside of the barrel.
Didn't realise it had been lit, but honestly, out there, I don't care. It's like daytime. Shouldn't even be up.
I'm jealous.
So
of
yes, you've returned right back at the right time. It's your go. And he doesn't have his headset on.
Now he does.
Now he does.
Well, it's your go, my buddy.
How long
I'm
ago
good.
was it my turn?
Like
Just-
literally
just
about a
like-
few minutes ago, a few seconds ago. You weren't too late.
Right.
I'm just going to say one thing to you, as Jarvan. I suggest people get some space, and he kind of indicates to the fucking barrels in his arms, and the enemies in front of him, and on his arms.
Yeah, he does have
The
like
player
3
is
barrels
lounging
of
on your
gunpowder.
shoulder, just like.
So
too
what you're
tired.
saying is we should start humping you.
You know, he
I,
has 2 of them in a headlock, and like one of them's just nearby, and the big one's just kind of there as well.
Yeah.
In which case, I'm going to start stepping backwards with the bub. Is everyone actually backing away from it?
This captain just ran straight up to the Alpha and tried attacking it. But he retreated back from the other position after they just all walked past him.
Okay. Blake, what was the tears to feet conversion?
It's approximately 5 to 10, depending on the nature of the thing. What are you trying to do? Is it audacious
Weight
charge?
of power. Well,
A
I'm
brace of
thinking about
power?
weight of power, stuff like the weight of power,
Weight of
something
power?
like that. So,
Probably 10 feet would be the conversion.
fair enough. Probably going to be then. Yeah, I'm going to step back, so that's. Yeah, actually, none of those are going to be useful then. Not going to lie, you saying get back has really fuzzled my plans. I'm going to.
Oof.
I got those spells that would really. I could always set you off.
Or just set me ablaze. Is that what you're saying?
Hey,
If you
buddy,
wish
do you want me to
On
blow you up?
fire.
If you wish to set me alight, go for it. I just tried to give some other people space,
That would
but
require
okay.
quite a bit
Fuck
more
it.
communication than what we've just had. I'm going to. Yes, it's going to be a case of I'm going to go. I'm going to step backwards, and I'm basically going to 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. I'm going to basically prepare an action to repel. Repel. If they get close to me.
Ah, okay, cool.
Mhm.
Oh, do I?
And that's going to be me.
Cool, so you step back. You're waiting somewhat. As I return back to this beautiful turn order right here. So one of the other dogs that are in a headlock is going to try and attack Jorvis. Not Jorvis.
Jarvan.
Jarvan.
Jarvan, I'm not a fucking corrupted angel.
Not yet.
Ovis.
Ovis.
I have not got a bread.
Right, so that's a 6. Yeah, that's enough to hit you. And this one's also going to hit you with a bunch of slashes to the face. Yeah, this thing claws at you relentlessly. Again, you see more chunks of your just general body fly off. Just working is. You said your armor was healed, right?
Yes.
How much durability? How much APV does your armor have?
10.
Hmm?
10.
Okay, all that's gone.
Cool.
And that means this hit for.
Just remember, all damage I receive is just reduced by 6.
Yep. Cool. So yes, it slashes you to shit. Your armor falls to pieces once more, but the rest of you seems fairly intact. You know, save for a few of the small slash chunks missing. Again, anybody who has time can make a bonus action medicine check to see how well you think he's doing.
He seems fine.
And now for the
He's
next
standing.
creature to take a shot. That also hits. And I believe it's... as this one goes for a bite. Okay.
Just munches on some food.
19 on a medicine check.
19 on a medicine check. Cool. I'll give you your
Mm.
appraisal in just a moment.
No props.
So after this bite, which is 5, 10, 12, just carry the 2, divide it by half the meaning of pi, and then account for all your bullshittery.
Oh, that really reduces it.
I know, right?
My bullshittery knows no bounds.
Cool. You see this thing bite down upon you, it, like ankles, it digs in, and you see its like teeth sink in quite firmly into your flesh for a few moments.
Okay.
Eldea, you've made a brief check.
I've literally just looked up.
You would estimate he's somewhere around halfway to being dead. You know, as a firm approximation. Yes. So moving swiftly on, the guards are going to run, seeing everything going on. They're just going to absolutely bolt it
Don't get it, Josh.
and give a great clearance.
Somebody found a pen.
He found my makeup.
As we go
dear.
to Jarvan.
Right. So. There
You
are
got a
two
lot
things
of
I
faith
wish
in
to
that
do.
tree there, Aurora.
There are two
I
things I wish
do.
to do. Can I
Mm-hmm.
rugby tackle them into like a big, nice pile and then explode? I can't do the magical explosion because I realize I don't have enough MP for it. But I can do the barrel explosion.
How are you exploding the barrels?
That's a good question. Hang on.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Inventory.
Now they can see it. There you go. Give it back to Dada. Papa.
No, that requires hands.
You know what? I never saw you as a man who'd have a problem with a lack of actual free hands, but here we are.
Well,
Having 2 beasts in a headlock and like 3 barrels of
3
gunpowder
barrels.
under each arm as well.
and 1 missing arm. That doesn't help the matters. If I had that 1 spare arm, oh.
You really wanted to explode that arm.
I would imagine I have a flint and steel to light my portable forge, would I not?
With what hand?
Right. Hear me out
No,
here.
listen.
You would
No,
have
hear me out.
to drop 2 of the things that are trying to murder you, rifle through your pack, find
Okay,
the
fuck
flint and
it.
steel.
I know what I'm doing. No, fuck it.
Yep.
Fuck it. I know what I'm doing.
What?
So I'm doing the rugby tackle thing.
Yeah.
Get me all in a nice big pile. And I'm gonna fucking dogpile them.
Oh.
So I'm
Okay.
on them.
So you
with
have 2
barrels.
of them grappled. Now,
Fantastic. It
are
just
you
means I've
saying you
got
want to
just
throw
one more
them to the
weapon.
floor, or are you saying you want to try and grapple the last one you don't have grappled and then throw them all to the floor?
It is more the case of have the 2 I have, shoulder barge into the one I don't have, into the big one, and then basically try to dogpile on top of them all.
Right. Okay.
That is essentially what I want to do. So I'm in a nice big pile with the doggos plus barrels.
Right. If you want to do this world's greatest rugby tackle maneuver, you're going to have to make a athletics against each of the creatures. The 2 you have
Okay.
grappled, I'll give you advantage on. The other
Oh.
2 will be just flat checks.
There is one thing I will do as a bonus.
Go on.
I assume this is a bonus thing. I will use powerful odor, motherfuckers.
Oh, God. What does it do?
Cause them disadvantage in combat as long as they are within 1 tier of me.
It was at this point that they thought, you want to have sex with us?
Right. Okay.
I'm just as big as the alpha, if not bigger.
So, for the first 2 of which you have advantage with, throw me those checks, yo. And
Hey.
unlike D20, you get like, so these guys get disadvantage, and you get. But I said you get advantage against these. These guys also have to deal with disadvantage because you're Oda. Okay. So the DC for the first is going to be. So this is opposed acrobatics, which is 15.
Sorry, I am now back.
Do you beat
I
a
tried to-
15?
I have not rolled yet, so let's find out. 18.
So yes. So you've got the first one dragging along with you. Second one, it's got disadvantage.
That is
So
a 27.
DC 10.
Yeah, I rolled a 27.
Okay. So next 2 you don't get any advantages with, but they still get disadvantage. The first one, DC 9.
18.
Okay. Now the last one
That
is
18 on the dice, so 56.
Okay, this one is 20. So it's plus 10, that's 19, then plus 5. So that's a 24.
A win, motherfucker.
Oh dear lord. Okay then. So, you rush forth, gather all these together, and send them hurtling to the floor. I'm just going to say roll me like 2d4 for just the damage you get as you grapple and just toss these things to the ground.
4.
4.
Yes, I got two 2s on the D4s.
That's fine.
I'm curious what the guard captain's reaction will be when I say these next words.
Okay.
But I will wait for the appropriate moment to say these words.
Oh my. Okay. So you basically charge right underneath the captain's face. As you look up, he's like standing there in awe in front of you. And what do you want to say?
Sorry, hang on. He looks at me in awe, and then suddenly disgusted as he smells the musk of my natural odor.
I'm gonna...
All he hears me say is basically shouting to any of those who hear me, going, "Light me up!"
Cool. He seems to hear you. And somehow manages to retch but not throw up.
Ah, good man.
As we're back over to Aura.
I have a very cool idea, and this might work.
Mm-hmm.
This
Bear
might
involved
help.
set me on my fire. Your bear involved set me on fire.
I can't set you on fire. I have no fire magic. However, the song that I was singing is going to abruptly stop, and it's going to switch tone and key.
Cool. Just for a note, anybody, this is where the +6 triggers just at the start of Aura's turn, so you gain 6 health back at this point, which may help some of you live from what you're about to pull.
I believe the only one that gets healed is me.
I'm going to instead. The whole song changes tone and key, and I'm going to use the Words of Control song.
Mm-hmm.
Just to clarify, when I give them a personality trait, can I decide what that is?
Sure.
Cool. I'm going to give them the personality trait of passive.
Okay.
As the fuck off. It says action or give them a personality trait. If I double up the PP I put into it, can I do both?
They'd be separate actions, so you'd have to spend multiple turns doing
Okay.
both.
Okay, well, the first thing I'm going to do on that is do the passive was basically. Oh, I make them passive. They need to roll. It's my charisma divided by 2 in the creatures. My charisma is currently an 8, so that's 4.
And what do they roll against that?
They roll their mentality versus my performance.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
That ridiculous
I
performance.
see. Well, I don't think this is going to go too well. That's going to be a 29. It's not enough flat, is it?
No, you need at least a.
I rolled a 19 and my performance is 32.
I'm guessing it was against the biggest one, right?
Biggest one, and then 3 others because I could do
And
up to
then
4.
3 others. Oh, fantastic.
All of them fail.
I mean, unless any of them are able to cascade, then no. 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 No.
And
Yeah,
I've got the
cool.
perfect song for it of what I sing. And just I want if it's alright, like just the tone of like her physicality shifts a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Like the shadows look a little bit longer on her. It all looks a little bit more creepy.
Fair. Words come off you, the shadows kind of shift and flow. Every shadow nearby seems to lengthen, and there is a calming quell over creatures of blood and violence and hunger. The very howls that seem to come from them, now the screams that once came from their voice are seemingly echoed whispers. Jarvan, you're already knocking these things down, so we'll move swiftly onwards. The creature that you're attached to seems to be in some kind of daze, as they don't make any outward moves. Eldera, you have a motion, a action, if you will.
You've heard Oven's order.
Asterin, did he ask us to set him on fire?
I believe so.
Can you do that sort of skill? I mean,
I
I
can.
could. Ah, good. Then I shall just rest. And she'll go back to nestling against Astran's shoulder. Ah, saves me a job.
Being that there's some distance between you and the good captain, the captain sees Jarvan as he's laying these dogs down, lights this torch from his pack with a striking match, and strikes the box, one of the many barrels held in Jarvan's
Alright, there.
arms. The box erupts. The box nearby erupts. The box after that erupts.
After the second one, can I cast Cure Wounds at a distance?
You most certainly can. Yeah, your turn was immediately after, so I could say you most certainly could. I'm just gonna. So let's say for each barrel, there was
This'll be
about
onto,
6 barrels in total there.
This will be upon our peddler of fine goods himself.
Understood. Cool. Our peddler of fine goods. Fantastic.
16.
16.
Yes.
Right. So, in a moment, as the magics are welled up around Asterin, just to double check, that spell has range, correct?
It does, yeah.
Fantastic. It is most certainly going to be needed. The array of explosions erupt. Aura, you are most certainly within the blast range.
Well, balls.
The
That
tree
tree.
does offer some cover.
Does my big body also provide some cover?
Well, like, depends what you mean by cover. I mean, instead of explosive force, you've got shrapnel and bone, but, you know.
Fair enough.
Yeah, there we go.
So, I'm going to need you to make me a acrobatic save, please.
Acrobatics. Okay.
I feel like basically all I have done is
That's a
redone the
dirty
equation.
20.
That's a dirty 20. Okay. Perfect. You take 30 damage from the explosion. The tree took a large brunt of it for you, and as you try to dive for cover, shrapnel from wood, bone, gore comes flying your way. Chunks of it get lodged in your arm, some of it careen across your face. It is a rife affair.
1 second.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing I can do with that. So yeah, I go flying, and that really hurt. I'm alive though.
Right. The 3 beasts are immediately destroyed. The largest appears to be still standing by the smallest possible margin. For Yarvin, you see him erupt and just go everywhere. Asteran, in a moment of clarity, desperately tries to cast some form of natural healing on him. The magic takes hold. Barely. As many pieces of Jarvan fly everywhere, there is nothing you can see left, save for a pair of feet that stay standing in the same position where the giant once stood.
I see.
Whose turn is it now?
Um,
Or are we out of
so
initiative?
that's with
or-
Asteran. The two dogs are dead, so they don't matter. The captain's also been obliterated.
Captain's
What?
the one that set the whole thing alight.
Oh,
Oh no, it's been deleted!
yeah,
Yeah, I guess the explosion does do that.
I think that was the. Oh, there we go. That was the big one that was left.
He bought his ticket to the goddess.
Yes, you're a good baby. Wonderful boy.
So, with that, then, it is the guard's turn as they both sit there and look in abject horror. And seeing the beast so wounded, both begin to charge towards it with a scream.
Stab.
I shout.
It's your go. Yeah, absolutely.
Basically gonna shout, don't charge towards them, they give off corruption.
Can my feet kick the guards back?
What was that?
Can my feet kick the guards
They are
back?
just chunks of flesh at this point. You have
Exactly, they
no
fly.
affiliation to them anymore.
Yes. My feet kick. Yeah, my feet just fly through the air, kick them back.
Your legs are no longer good product.
They are excellent product. Can you not see they survive explosions?
So yeah, they rush
They are the
into
best feet.
they rush into the thick miasma that seems to be left to a certain degree.
Yeah, I was shouting at. I just started shouting at them, just like, no, don't do that.
I'm gonna quickly make a just not being stupid play for them. Come on, boys.
That's very kind of you.
Not all of that missed his corruption.
They kind of stay back and just kind of assume the position as they have their spears ready for anybody who seeks to stand out. Okay, Aura, it's your turn.
I'm gonna continue that song. Kind of panicking slightly.
Yeah, you're
Um,
aware that being like blown up does not a pacifist make.
Yeah, so I'm gonna double down on it, and the action is to submit.
Fair enough.
I'm basically gonna try and dom the shit out of these doggos.
Gonna
Get
dom
out
the
the
doggo.
leather.
If you don't want that to happen again, you'll fucking listen.
Pretty much.
Or I'll set another giant boy with explosives on you.
Um,
And he too will make himself slurry on the floors to spite you.
But my feet are best product. They
one thing
survive
I will
long
say,
enough.
Asteran, is as somebody who's cast a lot, you know one very, very specific thing. You can't cast healing on the dead. You felt it took hold, but you're not quite sure what kind of effect that would have had in that state.
Mm. Fair enough.
They will need to beat a 42.
Nope. They're going to kind of with all the aggression and vim, their form seems to writhe, big gashes in its body as blood seems to gout forth. It sits on its hind legs and looks at you with malcontent and malice, but doesn't move. As we go over to Aldea.
It is at this point I
Ooh.
stop raining from the sky.
I've dropped you a message with a query about something, whether Aldea would know it or not.
Absolutely. Pardon me un momento as I give it a quick peek.
No worries.
Yes, that's exactly what it's for. Second part. Yep, that's absolutely fine.
Coolies. So first thing she's going to do is throw rending darts at what is left of the alpha. You know, put it out its misery, the poor thing.
Yep.
Which is at a range of. Oh no, your poor Smurf, go away. Thank you. I don't understand your maths. Your maths hurts my tiny, tiny little owl brain.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Help me work out maths. I'm gonna send you it.
What
There you go.
what level is
It-
it you're casting?
It's I don't know. It
Is
just
it
The
dark
has the
3
name
mana
on
one,
it.
the 6 mana one,
Oh
or the
no,
12
it's
mana one?
Dart. It's the 2-1. It's
Okay.
2. I didn't
So
take
I
the bigger
believe
one.
it's your mana tyre. It's your
4D int.
So what's your int?
Some. I can't remember. Somewhere around.
It'll be on the front
No,
sheet.
that's in.
General sheet.
Thank you. 5, 10. One of those two. 5.
5.
So you're rolling 4d5 for your damage.
Yep.
45. Thank you. So you make it sound so easy. Wait a minute. Where's the D5? Can't I just do? Have D5 on here? That's uncomfortable. 2, 3,
That's a bit of an awkward one because in the dice roller we used to use, we could just make up whatever we wanted.
There you go. You can use that to roll d5s. If you do 1
use what?
times d5,
Oh.
yeah. You see under
Cool.
the full roll, you can make it whatever you want.
Oh, cool. Full roll.
Just don't roll what I just rolled and get really bad.
Where does the bloody results come? Just roll the numbers. Thank you.
There we are.
15 total. There we go. Oh, maths. Can't math.
You got almost double what I got.
Okay. And you need to roll to see if it hits. So I believe that's 1d20 plus. Or does magic automatically
I
hit?
believe that's only if they actually have a magical shielding of some type.
They don't have MD or anything, so they are basically just ready and ripe for the stabbing and blasting with magic. And
Oh,
with
nice.
that little extra blast on your end, that does turn the alpha to pate.
I was about
Cool.
to say, I like, yeah.
As the
Using
last
her
blast basically rips its face apart.
tragic, very sad for it. Second part of her action will be using her movement to literally just go into the center of the miasma. Just saying to Astran, I'll be right back, and then just
Absolutely.
head for the middle of the corruption.
You head to the center of this corrupt area, and you can feel the
Just
air
chill.
is thick.
With blood and corruption.
Yeah, it's this thick,
Sexy corruption.
blackish kind of like tar-like smoke.
Oh. That's awful. Yep, she'll just sit there and start gathering the corruption up
Mm-hmm.
because can't be leaving that there. That's not
Wings
right.
like, come here.
Give me
And with-
little corruption.
And with that, the initiative is done.
Cool.
Everything is cleared out. And you're left with 2 meaty stumps that were once Jarvan. And 2 terrified guards. A exploded corpse of a previous guard captain. And the corpse of some other guy as well.
Why is it every time we go somewhere there's corpses? I go over to Jarvan as I just look over like what exact. So is he literally just legs?
There's just legs where he once stood. There's like small chunks of flesh dotted about in this area.
My shoes are in perfect condition.
They are not.
Perfect condition.
I am gonna reach forward and give it another pop cure.
It's a really messed up looking.
You tried to pop cure the legs. There is no response.
Oh gosh, I can't move. For fuck's sake. All I'm doing is
As
getting up and
in-
down.
The dead can't be healed type of effect, or
The dead can't be healed type effect on the legs. Yes.
Is Jarvan dead?
If you want to look
I-
around for anything specific, feel free to give me a
I'm looking for the head or the heart, really.
Sure. I believe I would like a perception check in that case.
Okie dokie, artichoke. I gotta. I know that my spell took hold. This can't be it.
I'll help you look in a minute.
Yeah, as Eldeia sat there in the smoke, it dissipates quite fast with the sort of a small, like, kind of beckon, and it seems to just kind of move to your usherance and form into this black, sleek veil of vapor that seems to float alongside you, like some
27.
ether-filled cloak. 27. After a solid like 10-15 minutes, you find something that looks like him closer to the roof of this guild building over here. And after climbing up, it seems like a chunk of brain that seems to pulsate and undulate as if it still lives.
I'm gonna reach forward and pop cure the brain.
The spell takes, but there is no change visibly. You're aware that you can heal damage, but recovering organs and other such is a far more complex magical technique.
Yeah.
Though, you have seen your friend slowly start regrowing an arm, so who knows?
Do I have the spell? One moment. Yes, I do. Right, okay, Blake. What do we do when a situation gets out of hand? You stabilize the titties. I'm gonna stabilize.
Cool, you cast Stabilize. That does... what was that?
The target is stabilized and will not slip from unconsciousness to death over time.
Cool. You stabilize them, and the undulating brain mass seems to sit there quite happily. And you know that slowly, like, as you investigate it and, like, appraise it, look to it carefully, you notice small parts of the brain seem to be growing slowly outward. This is most certainly going to take time, and
this is my chance to fix him.
You almost hear the brain go, "Good product."
Get rid of that part.
But yes, the undulating brain biomass is stabilized. As to how you're going to sustain it in regards to nutrition is beyond you.
Did I get rid of all of my items? Because I am assuming they did not survive the blast.
Your forge is still there, just not all great. I mean, it's certainly going to need a repair. Most of the other
Blake.
tools were just exploded.
I'm more talking about my materials
Mm-hmm.
because shit.
Yeah,
Oh, damn,
there's
I'm so
just the
sorry.
shit everywhere. There's like chunks of raw iron lying around, like tin, copper, bunch of shit just fucking everywhere.
I'm
I
gonna
got
cast.
a shady potion on me. Fuck.
Mhm.
I'm gonna cast Ember on the brain.
What's that do?
It keeps him warm.
Why are you trying to cook these?
It's gonna cook the brain.
It's not cooking. It's just a gentle warm.
It doesn't need to be more cooked than it
It
already
means
is.
you don't have to do endure harsh weather checks against cold. Okay.
But I'm really
Cool.
good at that. Have you not seen how fluffy I
You're
am?
a fucking
Your
brain.
fucking brain!
Even a whole brain, you're just like the frontal lobe.
Nah,
But
he's
the
caveman
thing
brain
is,
at the moment.
Aura has no clue what's going on. Is just going to go find Eldea and just kind of go, thank you for whatever that you just did to the corruption.
I redirected it for the time being and neutralized it.
I think Jarvan's dead.
Oh. That is a
And she's
shame.
gonna kind of sit on the floor and just lay down because she's fucked. she, she she took 3/4 of her health in one hit.
Jeez. Aldea's just going to pad over with her nice, cool, billowing, shadowy, creepy cloak, and just pet her cheek just very gently.
Lay here until I can work out what's going on, and then I can work out if I'm gonna cry or scream or ow.
One of the
Both is a valid
guards
option.
comes up after a small time and hands you a medical kit. Like, eyes somewhat misty as he looks to the ash pile that was once his commander. Take this. You will probably need it.
I will medicate. I will use the medical kit.
Do you know how to use that? He says as you start like headbutting it for a second or two.
Checks my laws.
Checks whether or not your medicine is bad enough to warrant having somebody else do it for you.
Blake, I send you the question.
Absolutely.
It is not a question.
My
but
medicine
the
is
question.
6.
So do you want somebody else to do it, or?
I look at the guy. Are you good at this?
I've had basic medical training. Here, let me take a look at you, he says as he undoes it, starts looking you over, starts pulling out some tweezers and some of this medicinal stuff that he puts on you, and it stings like fuck.
There is hissing and grumbling and baring of fangs at him every time he pulls a little bit too hard.
Cool. After some time,
Aldea's got a cup of tea again. It's actually really hot. Nobody knows where it came from.
add
It's like the
22 health
eggs.
back as he starts patching you up. He like puts gauze around all the wounds, like cleans it out, removes with pliers and tweezers any of the small fractured bone or bark that seems to have found its way in you, and just generally helps put you back together.
Why have I got it in my head that every time someone uses an item, they're just hearing Java and go either good product or terrible product?
Just every time you see somebody do something nearby, the brain just undulates.
Like, did you see my response?
Yes. Uh, I'll hear you, but here's my rebuttal. Yes, but no. You'd need the other flesh.
Darn.
Too perfectly
If you want to
defeat.
do backwards surgery, you can put some bits on. I mean, you got 2 feet at least.
Oh, you're gonna stick a fucking brain lobe to feet?
Yup. Well, under the presupposition that his body is going to naturally regenerate the in-betweeny bits, you're basically saving time. On any parts of him that remain fairly consistent. Now,
I'm gonna start hunting around for more brain parts.
cool.
Give me the Krang treatment.
Jarvan,
Yes.
I want you to make me a vitality check. I want you to roll 1d20 plus your vitality, and for every 5 pieces, for every 5 in that number will be an extra little bit of you left.
Okay, I have a +6, so let's find out.
I was about to say, it better not be for endure harsh weather, because I bet against that.
Alright, so that's a 17 plus 6, that is 23.
23.
Yes. 10,
Okay, so you find a broken jawbone. You find what seems to be an eye. You find like half a forearm and the aforementioned pair of 2 feet.
The eyes, it seems like it's looking at you. But you're not sure
No,
if that's
the
just
eye is just
without an eyelid.
at present the eye itself is absolutely unresponsive, being connected to absolutely nothing.
So is the statue's eyes. Doesn't mean it doesn't look like, it doesn't feel like it's watching you.
Always disturbingly so.
But moving away from that.
Like every which way you look at it, it seems to be looking at you. Like a fucking creepy painting. So yes, those are what you find.
I have to wonder
With
one
all the
thing.
with all the body parts in hand,
Yep.
he she's his silver blade, and then re-emerges with it. As you basically see the blade kind of creates this double image as it kind of goes forward, like you can set those mouse cursors to do. Like
Yeah.
the image goes behind it, and you see he looks to the brain, and he lines up the sword with it. You see that he slashes upwards through the brain and the eye, healing you.
Okay. A very important question.
You're
Yep.
muted there, sir.
Is my natural musk still on?
No, there's not enough of you to be musky at all.
Damn. It all got evaporated in the fire.
As Astaran goes to slash at the brain, Elday is going to just whisper to Aura, I do not believe he was dead, but I think Astaran has had enough and is going to finish him off now.
As you say that, and you see Astaran's sword come up from the center as it slashes between the brain and the eye, you witness the absolute fuckery that is this magic at work, as the sword seems to become almost an ephemeral mana source, a font, if you will, for the briefest of moments as it glows with an arcane blue, as it careens through the pair, and between such, there is now an eye stem where there wasn't before.
Oh no, it's much more horrific. He seems to be...
As you see this undulating brain kind of throb a little.
Now does Jarvan have sight?
Jarvan?
Do I see?
See. Brunukut. Vision blur. Like,
That's
everything's like... You think you think you've got like you're pretty sure you're red-green colorblind. The grass didn't used to look like this. At this point, you're pretty sure you know what grass is, but you don't know what a tree is, and it looks amazing. Also, there's a lot of people. You don't know half of them, and yeah.
In that case, I'm just imagining what people are seeing is this random eye just doing this.
It kind of like squelches and flops around, having no actual socket to fix it to place. It's just flopping around like a goldfish, which is highly disturbing.
Much more horrific, like a disgusting baby bird that should have been put out of its misery.
Yep. Or just nods, curls up, changes back to semi-brave,
So
stays in a very curled up type position.
let's do the maths here, folks.
Nope.
It takes 3 days for Java to regrow a limb. How long will it take him to regrow an entire body?
Depends how many limbs a torso counts as.
I think it depends of how long we'll put up with waiting for you to grow.
We could put him in a flower pot.
Hey, look, take it this way. This is the quietest you're ever gonna get him.
I know, right? I'm half
And
tempted
it might
to steal that
stay quiet.
doorbell and leave it that way.
I don't think you have a choice.
Well,
Oh,
I think he's as alive as he ever was. Pet, 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 pet.
What are you petting?
Blake.
I'm
Brain.
petting Semi-Brief's cheek. Like, I'm
Fair
sitting in front of them, just
It's
petting.
not the brain, because that would be going squelch, 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 squelch.
Yeah, no, and currently I'm too busy trying to fix some emotional damage on Semi-Brave.
Hmm.
You literally just watched
Emotional
you eviscerated.
damage.
I will say one thing. I gave warning.
No, you did not.
My warning was set me alight.
That was less of a warning, more of a.
But basically, it's you knew what was coming.
I mean, they
I
could-
was
they
a
gave-
little preoccupied.
You could have moved. So you didn't get hit as much.
Semi, do I have bits of Jarvin on my cloak? Looks
Mhm.
Ursa.
Also,
Oh.
I'm just going to put it out there.
That's
That
nice.
tree took half the damage of that thing for you. The
That
dex,
tree is fucking beautiful.
the tree is gone. The small critter in it also is probably not doing
No,
too great.
No! No! Where is it? Where is
No!
it?
It must have. It must have
Where is it?
perished.
Where is it? Where
Let
is it?
me
Where
have
is
my
it?
revenge on it. Let me have this.
I got a 27 perception score.
You're on the roof of the thing.
What do your elven eyes
It's on the
see?
floor beneath the same tree.
I'm
Although-
going to just
Don't you
go
dare
down.
heal it! Don't you
I'm gonna
dare
move
heal
into
it!
the little critter.
Do better than heal it, Asteran. Attach what's left of it to the brain.
Oh God! Do not make me one with this creature.
You probably could.
Just saying.
What effect it would
No,
have is
okay.
beyond you. This creature, just by the by, its body has been riddled with holes. It is the time it took you to find Jarvan's brain and like the other pieces. This creature is long dead.
Okay.
Jarvin had the last laugh, little bitch.
I turn off the effect on my sword.
Aww.
I'm going to. I kind of just like holding it up like this. The brain. I kind of. I suppose that the only thing left to do is to check the gate. Although I suppose we are allowed some respite, considering.
This is the eyeballs.
The guard kind of approaches. By all means, you're free to take whatever kind of time you need. We have hammocks, beds, food.
Do you have any jars?
Several. He looks to what you're carrying. I've got a rather large jar we usually use for pickling various meats.
That seems oddly appropriate.
He looks on in a little horror as he sees it moving, just gives a nod and retrieves the jar for you.
I'm going to get it filled with water, warm up the water a bit with fire magic, just not bubbly warm or anything like that, just nice room temperature kind of thing, maybe slightly above.
I understand.
Astronaut,
The only
if
water.
you're making,
Sorry, you go.
sorry, if you're going to make a tea brew for the brain, I would recommend something salty, something sugary, and some herbs to give it the nutrition it needs to grow. Can't believe I just said that out loud.
So you think that we should put something sweet, salty, and herbal in this?
Well, yes, it would make a delicious concoction, if nothing else, should the brain die. But
Hand
if it
you the
does not
spice
die,
bag.
then...
I kind of take the spices and look at it and kind of go, I think this might have more of an adverse effect on it than we were intending. I don't think cumin is a very good thing for a brain.
Semi-Brief is looking very, fucking done and possibly scarred.
While you're looking down, the eye just does this. As it tries to look at you but can't fucking stay up.
Oh my god.
It is trying to register the creature before it. But it keeps seeing the grass.
The guy looks to you and gestures to the tree that the big creature basically slammed into. He goes, well, there's some apples in that tree if that helps. And we grow a small set of aqua creeper out back that tends to be fairly good.
That will do.
Whatever you do.
Aldea,
Oh,
perhaps you would
it's-
like to help me concoct something that will sustain the life of this brain.
I will do my utmost. The apples are a good idea. They're a very natural source of many vitamins and minerals. And she'll sort of pop up, give Semi-Brief one more pet on the cheek, and then flutter over to go and collect some apples from the tree she smashed up.
Hey, Blake,
Hmm?
doesn't have a body a status effect? Because if so, these fire flowers could have solved that.
I'm just gonna say now, guys, I fully expected Jarvan to be dead. I was not expecting this.
Well, somebody clutch healing, a guy with regeneration, who also, just by the by, regenerated that turn,
That's true.
is like,
The stars were aligned for him.
just about. Yeah, good luck getting your body back. That's going to take some time. And unless somebody wants to fucking slam your brain in something it shouldn't be in as you slowly, what's it called, Cronenberg your way out of it, then...
Oh god. Yes,
Yeah.
give me the
I'm not
crank.
gonna put cumin in the fucking jar, okay?
Give me the give me the crank treatment. Let me live in someone's stomach.
Oh, God! That's even worse!
Have you not seen Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
I have! That's disturbing!
You know,
Right.
Just
let me, let
give
me
you a
live
good
there and
price.
give
Did
people
you say
orders.
that? No, my stomach said that.
Oh, God.
Okay, it's just fucking destroyed.
Dark humor.
I think Kit's done.
Do you know what? I'm literally Googling how to keep a brain alive in a jar.
The things we Google for games like this.
For some reason, this makes me think of the film Reanimator.
It makes me think of the what was it, Guy with Two Brains or whatever it is movie, but that's ages ago.
Oh, God.
It's my brain in a jar.
Just
It's
hey,
my
at
brain
least
in a
I'm not
jar.
like those creatures from the I think the movies like Attack from Mars. Like the
Oh,
weird aliens with like really small faces, big eyes,
Yeah.
and big brains. At least
It's
I don't look
the
like
Martians.
that. No, the Martians. That's it.
right. So, yes, I've sent over Eldea what she finds when she gathers the apples, of which there are 4 there to pick up.
Nice.
Yeah, Semi-Brief is electing to be a small pile of broken.
That's fair.
That is more than
Nice.
reasonable. Is anybody going to investigate the resources at the back of the building? See
I guess I'll
alchemy
do that.
evidence.
I'm sorry, Severu. I would be there to help you through this thing, but we need to work fast to make sure that he doesn't die as a brain.
You can die as many things, just not as
They
brave.
are. They're just like not coping with this whole scenario.
Oh, come
I
on,
don't
you're an
think many
adventurer.
people
You've
would.
never had somebody's brain blow up in front of you before?
No, no one in the
God.
world is like Jarvan. Jarvan is a unique specimen of horror and chaos.
This has quickly turned to a Call of Cthulhu game, hasn't it?
I mean,
I don't know. A Call of Cthulhu game might make more sense than this situation.
This is
Sorry.
called Cthulhu with magics. So it just throws everything out the window.
Yeah, once she's gathered the apples and drops a couple of them off with Asteran, probably will go and raid their stock and see what there might be useful.
oh, you're going to check what kind of resources they have to hand and such.
Oh yeah, like rock salts or like I don't know at this point.
No, it's absolutely fine. Of some of the stuff they have to hand, it's basically a bunch of common resources for the most part.
Mm.
They have about 6 of each of those that I just sent you through, and I'll send you through
very
some
much.
foodstuffs as well.
Nice, nice, nice. That's not going to save a thingy. Oh, that might work. Cool.
Maybe Java will take this as a learning experience.
Oh,
Maybe
please, we know better
we
than
can,
that.
we can remove the suicidal tendencies from him.
So, while everybody's going through that, and the guard is trying their best to console Semi-Brief, as they seem to have gone through a traumatic experience, and the other one's helping you raid their own pantry for a variety of stuff to put in the jar with the brain.
You know what's worse? Like I'm concocting a recipe, and it is a fucking recipe. He's going to be soup while he's regrowing. It's going to
You're
be a
concocting a
delicious soup.
recipe. Do you have the ability to cook? Because otherwise, you just take the alone effects for stuff.
Oh yeah, no,
Is it-
that's the point. She doesn't. She's going to look at it like an alchemy problem. So
I
she's
see.
literally just going, "That works."
I mean, this probably would be better as an alchemy problem.
You can use the alchemy items on there to make some like potion substance for him.
Sure.
Just remember, anything involving Jarvan is excellent product.
Well, it was going to be literally bacon, apples, and the base herb to make like
Excellent
a
products.
HP and PP healing soup.
Excellent products.
We'll get your PP back soon.
Oh god.
I'll
Oh
be
my
back.
god.
I'll let you stew my brain. So
Oh.
sorry that you are experiencing this. I honestly just thought Jarvan would die. I was not expecting
Then why did you do it?
because I was expecting him to die.
Oh god.
Do you want him to die?
But it also was the most thematic moment in my head for that. It's like, okay, do it.
This character's doing this incredibly stupid thing that this character would 100% do. How'd it work out? Honestly, I'm surprised he lived this long.
You do know though, he might just turn around and go, "I'm fucking immortal now."
It goes the opposite direction.
Oh,
Let me put it
God.
this way:
But
there's a
be
reason
careful.
you've lived this long.
Because I can regenerate from brain, apparently.
With a lot of help, yeah.
Don't expect this every time. To be fair, I know one particular character who could solve this entire thing like immediately.
Yep.
It's just too bad he isn't here.
Well, do you know what's even worse?
What?
Somebody has access to learning that spell and could have learned it in advance. But didn't.
Clearly
Because you
not
never
me.
know what you're going to need until you need it.
I was gonna say it's clearly not me.
I
Evidently.
don't think it was Zaldea. If it was, she was too busy learning other cool shit like how to destroy the world with her thoughts.
You want a scary fucking owl.
You're all about destroying the world. I'm all about making excellent products.
No, not all about destroying the world. It's just in case people get uppity, you know? I'm currently making bacon and apple soup for your brain, so shut up.
Why do you think I keep on posting petting owl gifs? I'm trying to get on her good side.
Look,
So,
Asteran already is. It's fine.
look. If people get uppity with me, I just make magical cursed items against them.
No,
So
you
you're
don't. You
basically
just blow
making-
yourself up.
so you're basically cooking some apples, cooking
Because
some
I've done before.
bacon, and just throwing them into a jar with his brain.
More or less, yeah. As far as she's concerned, it's like an alchemy recipe. She knows that bodies require salt and sugars to stay alive. Apples and bacon have sugar and salts.
My eye feels funny.
That's absolutely fine. What? Just
Why can't
Asteran,
I
what are you
blink?
doing with the rest of his body that you have access to? Like his legs, his forearm,
The jawbone.
the
Well,
jawbone.
none of the rest of it really joins up, so like I can't really excuse away at it like I did with the eye stalk and the brain.
Can I put a suggestion to you?
Oh, we could put them into the jar.
No. Hear me out. Put jawbone in jar.
Put it in the
Yeah.
curry.
So underneath the brain. So it's like a predator mask. Feet underneath the jar. And somehow glue the forearm onto the jar.
Or we
And you have
could
a
mince.
person.
We could mince the legs, the feet, and the arms. Stick it in and just discard the jawbone. Because that
No,
will give us
what-
a couple of days peace.
I want my jawbone. I can't talk without a tongue.
I have a feeling that might have been what she was getting at.
Regardless of jawbone or not.
Oh gods. Oh
Anyway.
gods.
So yeah,
Um,
she's just gonna look very awkwardly, like chopping up apples and bacon and putting them in the jar. And
Fantastic. So you go ahead and do that. That's absolutely fine. You guys have beds here. You have the thing you're supposed to be here for. How long do you guys want to spend here?
Should we say 3 days and then see what happens?
See how much
yes.
growth there is after 3 days.
I mean, he regrows an arm after 3 days. So let's see
Behead.
what he.
Okay.
Hannah!
So just before you go on this 3-day time skip, I 100% need to know what you're doing with the spare parts because they are going to go bad real fucking quick.
Should we say?
I say we just toss them in a fire.
I'm
Oh.
You really
already
think we
out
should
of
do
my
that?
I'm out of my element already making brain soup. I will leave it to you since he is your friend. Adds a little bit of apple.
Will a medicine check give you some hints of what might work?
If you're gonna
You can
discard
make.
them, you could at least eat my arm. Jesus.
God, fucking Christ. What laws are available to you?
Is
I will be back.
nopomancy on here? No.
Oh,
Nopomancy.
I got
I-
Phaneosite law, soul law, divine law. God says this is unholy. Monster law, pathfinding,
I've
fire.
got yes.
What does
All of-
economics say?
Arcane law. All
Yeah,
arcane laws. I've got all nature laws.
You
And I've
could
got-
make a restoration law
Yeah.
check.
Goof true. I got a
Aldea will just
12.
awkwardly pet
You
the
got a
jar when she's
12.
done.
Yes.
Oh,
It's- No fucking clue. Not a fucking divvy. At very
That's
least
a
on
fuck
this.
It's fine, oh.
I also roll a restoration law.
Sure. What you got?
Give me a sec. I've got a 10 on top of whatever the fuck I roll. So
To be fair, as long as I keep casting stabilizers on him, he should be fine
I
because he
mean,
can't die.
sure.
It's a theory.
21
21. Okay.
in total. Yeah.
With a 21, some people have regeneration, and some people obviously have to amputate. You have heard that there are some restoration mages who have reattached the foot to, like, the stump of a leg. And then the people with regeneration just grew the part in between naturally? You're not quite sure if there's something specific you have to have for that to work, or if you could just attach bits willy-nilly, but at very least in those instances it works, so...
Oh, well, in that case, you'll go, there is no solid evidence one way or another that attaching any extra body parts is going to do him any help or any expedite his regeneration. They are just going to rot and go smelly. We should probably burn them.
I'll trust your efforts on that one. You seem like you're more studious on that matter than I.
Uh-huh. Just like, sure.
Arm indicates it wishes to be eaten.
Anyway,
I cast another stabilize on him.
by... Oh, God, I can't believe I'm...
Sorry.
It's okay, except from it's really not.
Not okay, man. I thought Aldea was the
In the
fucked up
middle of
one.
the
We
night.
literally grew in.
In the middle of the night, certain parts of you starts regrowing. I'm going to need like a hold breath check from you, bud.
Oh, for me?
Yup,
Oh, okay. I didn't realize I had
Glub, glub.
lungs.
you don't.
Ah, I see.
That's
Why
the
is-
problem.
why is that-
Well, there's your problem.
There's your problem.
Why is it not allowing me to switch between my tabs?
What happens during the
Ju-
periods where I'm too
Just to
busy
ask as
petting the
well,
outlet?
are you actually removing the lid, or are you keeping the lid on the jar?
Dude, that is why.
Asaran?
What? Lid on the jar?
Are you putting the lid on
no.
the jar, or are you leaving the jar open? For all the blame
Right.
fluids to swash around.
Is there many bugs around the area?
I mean, no more than usual.
I'm sure it's fine open, right?
I
I mean, would it
have
be something explosively it grows, you know?
well, I have your my answer for you.
Yep.
So I rolled a 4 and I have a +9.
Okay. So, at one point in the night, you awake to some sputtering and spurting. Javan has started to grow most key organs. You see, like, a baby version of, like, a heart, a kidney, lungs. There is, like, what could best be described as, like, a throat and, like, some, like, vague skeletal structure of a mouth. It's almost like The only things being built are absolutely necessary. And there's like a small bond, like what looks like nerves are growing as well in this like fluid.
You say I get awakened by that?
You get awakened by sputtering as
Yeah.
like the mouth kind of floats above the water and goes. Yep.
May Aldea take this chance to do a very, very in-depth anatomy drawing
Comical.
of all of the nerves and the whole system now that is laid out before her in the best way it's ever going to be in her entire life.
Absolutely. It doesn't vaguely recollect, like, it doesn't resemble a human at the moment. It's all floating there in a jar, but it's there.
Yeah, and she's
Disturbingly,
still
it's
gonna
there.
get it. It's disgusting. It's great.
It's not quite fully laid out, but
So yeah, you have tiny lungs, tiny heart, tiny kidney.
Yeah, I've spent the 3 days studying the gate.
Absolutely.
sorry, Kit, do you
Stay
realize what that
far
kid
away
says?
from this nonsense.
Yeah.
Okay, I've seen the word. That will be coming at some point.
So, as Semi-Brief is examining that, what kind of checks are you making against it? Are you going to check the arcane powers along it? Are you going to try and check it for any kind of historical change, etc., etc.?
Yes, I'm going to check it for historical changes. I'm going to my arcade knowledge is very little, so a lot of my knowledge is to do with like regions and politics, but I do have history.
Absolutely, then feel free to roll. You may also make it just a flat perception for if anything about this gate particularly catches your eye.
Okay, so with the do you want the flat perception first or the history first?
Whichever you prefer.
Okay, well for the history I rolled a +6.
Yep.
Perception. Is there anything I can? Is there a skill that? Oh, yeah, skills no.
Okay.
Oh, natural 20 on the perception, so 31.
Got a natural 20. Roll me another 1d20.
And an 18.
Cool. So that's what's your plus?
11 for perception.
Okay. So that's a 49. Okay. Historically speaking, this had been the elemental gate. Those people of these lands traveled through this gate on political talks with the various elemental courts and negotiated with them the exchange of powers. You're aware that movement through these gates generally requires the guardsman to give you like a mark of approval so you can pass through these gates legally, and that it's generally checked on the other side, and then you'll be escorted to the nearest village of that elemental reign, as it were. The elemental lands are largely spoken of with a level of awe, as most of them contain beasts purely of that element or that vastly resemble it, like trees of fire, flowers of flame itself, rivers lined with like oceans of lava for the fire elemental planes. For water, the very air you breathed was laden with a thick mist. The very creatures that seemed to flow through the world seemed to trickle and wave and ebb, and were all seemingly had that slight incorporealness to them, that slight translucence. As you move to the elemental planes of air, everything seemed to be light. Everything seemed to be in a perpetual state of movement and flow and drift. And it is so easy to become lost with this infinite moving plane that's perpetually shifting. And for the elemental planes of everything's given this kind of firm stability. Even the air itself seems to have rigid motion to it. The rivers that run are that of dirt and mud that seem to be given a slow and steady slog, almost like there is no specific flow, but it is all a permanent movement. People often find themselves moving on stone with simple movements like these and finding great empires and creatures built from rock itself. This place, as you gain up to this gate, has like a thin blue veil around it. And you kind of take a look around, and you can see, as you start studying it, it's the morning hour. Early in the morning, you notice the gate is white. Then, about 3 a.m., the gate shifts to a red. Then the gate slowly shifts to a blue, then a green, then a brown, and as the evening falls, a black, and then the gate is gone. And the gate's like ephemeral shimmer seems to dissipate completely. And once again in the morning, as you assess, it comes back. Looking at this place and checking for it, beyond the colour shifting that you see, there doesn't appear to be anything wrong with it. The gate itself appears to have been fairly well kept. The pillars upon which it stands well polished. It's given a venerance of sorts, as if the people here have given it a great amount of respect. So that is what you get.
I will, during those 3 days after studying it, will relay this back to the group
Mm-hmm.
and try not to throw up at the sight of Jarvin.
Jarvin.
Someone
I-
got the joke.
And my eyeball wave.
It's kind of got a little bit of a what's it
You
called?
guys,
Skeletal structure as you kind of like.
it does like nick, nick, nick.
But yeah.
The only other thing I'd like to do during that time is offer the guards like a little ceremony for help, like burying their captain, what's left of him.
They looked to the ash pile that was their captain. With an explosion so large, there wasn't captain left to bury. Though they do,
There's
however,
ashes.
they do, however, thank you and like take you up on the offer as they bury the other guy who got mauled, and what ash and putrid vile stuff was left after their captain got exploded.
Yeah, there'll be lots of like appropriately somber
But yeah, that's
songs and that.
general conversation comes up. They ask you what exactly you guys were doing here. What is there something they can help you with at all, or other such? As they're a little bit confused, but thankful for the help all the same.
Would direct them to Astaran.
Yeah. During your stay, Astran, the guards question you about what you guys are actually here for.
We are here to check on each of the gates to make sure that nothing has tried to interfere with them.
Nothing particularly on this end that we have to report. If you like, I could give you permission to venture to the other end and you can inquire with the elementals themselves.
We may well need to do so once. I kind of glanced at the jar. Our companion is back to fighting strength again.
He gives a nod and checks briefly with a large book of his as he kind of like thumbs through it.
There is excited face at the idea of going to the water elementals.
Well, I guess we know where we're going first. To that mental plane of light, yes?
I mean, yeah, light works also.
To the elemental plane of ours.
Hoo-hoo-hoo.
Yeah,
Elemental plane
Aldea's
of
going to be
products.
spending most of this 3 days that she's not trying to keep her brain alive in a jar, sleeping.
Yeah. So basically, most mornings and days you'll be sleeping, save for the evenings where you're taking jar watch.
Yep.
You
So
see bubbles occasionally, just going blah blah blah.
No, Jarvan, you may not have a good product.
Blah blah blah.
yeah. So at the end of the 3 days, he has lips, tiny lungs, a very small heart, small. Most of his organs have begun growing, and are about
Teeny tiny
that
face
big.
of Bo.
Piece of
He's
bow.
a teeny tiny face of Bo.
Yeah.
Am I just gasping for air at this stage?
You're kind of like floating and just kind of. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't really so much have lips yet.
Kind of reminds me of that scene at the end of the last Harry Potter movie with Voldemort on the ground.
Pretty much.
Jarvan's a fish.
Terrible fish, though. He's not doing a very good job at it.
Yeah, the guards like thumb around looking for stuff. They go, perhaps the light elementals might be able to help? Though,
We could take them there.
this is far beyond stuff I'm used to. He's a brain in a jar.
Astron, if you want, I could go ahead with Eldaya.
Very well.
My talking to people is kind of my specialty.
I understand that. You may do this.
Oh, okay.
Pours a little tea into the jar.
Do you want to come to the elemental plane of light?
I think it's better if we travel in groups larger than one. So, yes, why not?
Oh, are
Right.
you taking Jarvan with you or leaving him here?
Would there be much? Do you think there's going to be much difficulty if we take the jar with us? I'm sure we'll be fine, right?
I mean, what would gate travel do to the jar of a growing soup?
You look
You-
to the
you-
guard shrugs.
Can I also say the brain shrugs?
Just picture of that. Oh, I mean, we could put a cap on it, and she'll just like rip a piece of her cloak off to just like put over the top like a Muslim cloth over the top of the jar. Now he won't spill out.
Stick him in the
Of course,
microwave
I've
for
just
10
realised the
minutes.
size of the jar means that it'll be most of her cloak has been ripped off at this point to make the lid for the jar, since she's so little. He'll owe me a jar when he'll owe me a cloak when he is fully formed again.
It might as well just be the full cloak at this point.
Out of curiosity, can they kind of gauge how long it will be until the jar is no longer sufficient to hold me?
That's going to need a medical check beyond what any of you guys have.
Touche.
Right, maybe
I'm
You
going to
deserve
hold the
that.
jar. I'm going to hold
One
the
day it
jar.
will happen.
As I say, let's see if these light elementals can heal our friend.
well, yeah, we should all go. We need to wait, and I will insert, say, the right time of day
Sure.
when it is
You
white.
wake up at early hours in the morning, about 1 a.m. Not 1 a.m.
Like,
Yeah, no, 1 a.m. So yeah, right up early hours in the morning, you approach the gate as it's in its soft white state. And you've all gotten your like hand stamps from the man from the guards with small symbols of the crest of this nation.
Right,
Hey,
I guess
big
I'm gonna
one.
lead the way into
The jar
the
also has a
light
stamp.
elemental place. Into the light elemental plane.
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, Aldea's napping again because it's morning. So she's napping on Asteran's shoulder. Without her cloak.
Oh,
Uh,
you have your
will-
cloak. It's not on you.
Okay. So as you move toward the world of light, you see what can best be described as almost a fount of luminescence erupt around you as you find yourself in a world with light seemingly coming from all sources, shimmering in all manners of colors and forms, as you're greeted to the following scene. But the world itself seems so ephemeral, and you see all manners of creatures just bound past, shimmering and seemingly vanishing before your eyes, as there appears to be a person or some kind of humanoid form that seems to shimmer and ripple and looks to you. Help you.
I show the badge that was given to us as I say, we have other business as well, but this one takes priority. As I look to the brain and jar, this used to be a troll of 15 feet in stature, but he died killing dire beasts. Well, I say died. He says he looks at the thing, became very close to death. Is there a way that you can expedite the regeneration process?
None that I know, but come, I see others. They kind of like hover their hand over a large crystalline structure of some kind, and with a twist, the world around you seems to realign as colors shift, and the very light in which it emits, the colors change, and what was once a menagerie of colors and shapes form into one coherent path that leads off into the distance, where you see towers of shimmering rainbow color.
So you know, like all the while I got one hand on the jar, the other hand is like has a hand above my shoulder where Elder is, just to kind of keep the shade there.
Thank
So
you.
it's just like right, nice little bit of shade on her face.
Just a
Yay.
quick question.
Too bright.
How fucking trippy is this for Jarvan?
There is so many
Yes.
colors, and half of them you barely recognize still. Your body's
I
too busy
can't
making
blink.
your body's too busy making essential organs to give you stuff like, I don't know, all the color palettes of your eyes and an extra eyelid.
Also, you all thought that Jarvan's psyche was fucked beforehand. He can't blink. He can't sleep. He is constantly witnessing everything while regrowing everything. What kind of
Maybe.
person will Jarvan be when he finally
I say,
regrows?
we don't know what you'll be, but you're going to be different.
Well, at the
Hope.
And at
moment,
this point, we're willing to roll that dice.
your your consciousness is very up in the air. Like, again, your body immediately shifts into resuscitating, life supporting like processes
You might
first.
not even remember this.
So
Well, you
yeah,
never know.
As for
My
how
intelligence is
lucid
pretty
you
good.
are, it is very much up for debate. Like when Asteran found you, you were basically mostly brainstem. Like
Yes.
ugga bugga brain. And like maybe a chunk of memory.
Yep.
To save Asteran getting shoulder cramp, I'm going to detach the hood from my cloak
Mm-hmm.
and just pop it over Eladar, so it's effectively a cloak.
Mm-hmm. You're
So
guided
you're
by
basically wearing a hood.
yeah.
Yay.
You're all guided by the creature as they venture forth and basically take you to this large kind of crystalline hall um, that seems to reflect all the light inside it. That seems to be almost blindingly white. As there seems to be several creatures of different shapes and colors that seem to illuminate the sides, almost like shadows made out of color more so than luminosity, as they all sit there aside and you see a few come to greet you. Ah, hello. How can I help you, travelers of Otherworld?
A quick question, Blake.
Hmm?
Sorry. Um, with our natural elemental affinities, does that affect anything in this world?
What is your natural elemental affinity?
Mine is light,
Wonderful.
which is
Does
why I was asking.
Is anybody's natural elemental affinity shadow?
Yes.
Wonderful. So
Kind of reason why I asked if this was Chippy's balls for
they
me.
glaze over, looking at you. It's hard to tell where they're looking. Their eyes are like opals of color, and that's almost the only way you could tell where they're looking. As their head turns and gazes upon all of you, they seem to linger upon Semi-Breathe, and as the eyes shift to Asteran, they shift to Eldea and the creature in the jar. A small snigger exits the mouth of the creature. Oh my, what appears to have happened?
My half curtsy, half bow.
You
I
see
look
the
to
creature
Semi-Breathe and
seems
just give
to
her a nod.
shift in
them a nod.
form and mimic it perfectly.
Looking to Semi-Breathe, I basically give her like a small kind of tap with like two of my fingers like on her kind of forearm as if to be like, go.
We are looking for assistance with a friend here. They have got themselves in a predicament where they are regrowing.
Mm.
We were wondering if there's anybody with such knowledges of medical and magic that might be able to assist them.
There are many
We
magics here. Resolving this? Tricky. Most certainly tricky. I know a few who might be able to assist. For
we also
you, child of light, I don't know what we could do to help, especially these fallen.
they are friends of mine, and it would be most helpful to us to have my friend here in the whole piece rather than a floating amalgamation of things in a jar. Um, we also come asking if there has been any odd things occurring, things going through the gate, things that should not be entering or exiting.
You ask for much, but come with little. In regards to
I,
the gate, I can tell you that there's not been any issue. Save a few people travelling betwixt, but that is per agreement. I'd imagine you were sent for reason. You come bearing no gifts or means of trade that I can identify. So I curiously ask, for what would you give us in exchange for the rescue of this fallen one?
cannot give things physically, but I can tell stories, tell tales, weave words and song, leave you with great legends and histories from beyond the gates.
Also say in bubble, great bloodlines. Because I feel like that is how he would respond when in this lucid
With
state.
your vocal cords still not being great, it's
Oh yeah, as I said, in bubble.
Ah, that's gonna help convince them.
Yeah, let's help the shadow peoples now.
it looks down at you. It goes, hmm. Illuminating.
Mature
Very
plan.
hollow. I will brighten this with the council, see what they say.
We would be ever so grateful.
You're welcome to respite here for a time. The currency of your home is accepted, as with agreement.
There's another bow. May I take a name?
Myself, lessons.
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 Can you type that for me?
Lesscence. I'll pop it in for you.
Smile and would semi-brief.
Semi-brief. I understand. Then let it be known you have room. A small, you see a small shard produced by the person. They twist it. And again, from the light, you see in front of them this pure bright light twists and shifts as it goes to shades of like magenta to a slight orange to a purplish form and seems to form a key in front of you that drops into your hand.
Thank you ever so much.
Welcome, you are.
Foolish question, I know, but where would be the door that which I would use this key to? This is my first time traveling in this lands.
Then let me show you. She produces another crystal. The best way I could describe it is like imagine a prism that's got another prism to the bottom of it, and it sort of makes a larger crystal of the two. They pass it over to you. Hard to say. Your people don't have the colors, not all of them. I've put it in what you would call aquamarine. If you shift, the creature kind of puts hands on you, and it just feels like almost, it's like the warmth of sunlight. It's like that faint, warm feeling over you without any real heat or any physical touch as they put it over you and gesture for you to turn it. As you just turn it, you see the colors around you smooth and shift. And as you turn it, you get to this like aquamarine. And as the entire white room becomes aquamarine, you notice the other creatures you saw beside you disappear. All those weird colors just seem to vanish. And you're left with like a variety, like a room in front of you and a door. As you look at your magenta key, pop it in, unlocks.
Lessons, thank you ever so much for showing me this.
You're welcome. The shifting prisms will help you see the colors you cannot and help you enter paths given to you and place here. She provides a smaller crystal for She provides a crystal for Asteran, and poignantly does not offer a crystal to Eldea. That should allow you to travel freely throughout this nation and the lands within. If you wish to negotiate for power, you can head to the Red Streets, and you should be able to see the Guild of Exchange there.
Thank you for getting us all
Thank you.
acquainted with the situation.
I will send word once I've spoken to the council and heard what they speak and think of your offering of voice and word in compliment to our world, nation, and ideals.
And I will bow again and then kind of like into the room.
Cool. You head into the room. Like with most things, there is very little reference to it. It appears to be a room made out of like different shades of like blues and purples that make up what look like furniture to you. Like there's a bed here, there is some countertops, something like a dresser, which, considering the doors and the furnitures you see here are the only things that have looked recognizable since you got here. Like, their buildings don't look like buildings, they look like shards of glass have been smashed and put back together in like weird spires and like blocks and cubes and hexagonal forms. It's just bewildering. And the small like room you sit in now feels like something more concrete and human.
It's nice.
There appears to be two beds, a cabinet of some kind, some chest of drawers, and a actual chest at the back of the bed.
Yes, these elements of course are always playing politics between them, especially between the light and dark in the courts.
Yes.
I will take your word for it. This, like I said, is my first time. I have a little bit of knowledge on the light and a little bit of knowledge on the water, but I think that's more on the actual elemental powers rather than the realms.
I have only ever been to the plane of fire, and even that is only once. It is not a place that I have often seen. I just know the general way things are run here.
And I find general politeness seems to go a long way.
Certainly. Although you may find that if you ever go to the elemental plane of shadow, that you will not receive a warm welcome despite your honeyed words.
My words are not honeyed, they are genuine.
Turn of phrase will say.
Aldea at this point is literally pulling the hood right over her like a little tiny tent and curling up inside of it because it's far too bright and she don't like it.
Right, so you have your place of interest here.
Mm.
Where do you want to go? You have some time before you hear back about your proposition. You can go to the power markets. You could try to explore. You could gallivant.
Gallivant. No. I'm too busy sleeping and napping on an elf, so okay.
Incidentally, I
Also-
can help you along with that.
Eldea, for a note, this place is a living hell to you. There
Oh
is
yeah, that's
no
why
night.
she's under the hood. No, the worst day ever, literally, because it goes
You're
on
both fucked.
forever.
I know Astron works better during the day.
Yeah, I mean that's why we complement each other, though. I work better at night.
Mm.
Yeah.
We
But
can all each
again,
other's backs.
curling up. I would be curling up under Asteran's shirt, but it is only flesh, so that's not really going to help me any. So I'm just going to use the hood as a full-on cape and be like a little black spot on his shoulder.
I
Yeah.
I
can't
was about
wait.
to say, it's a case of you ever seem like you're really struggling and like squirming a lot. Like I just offer to let you go to sleep with a spell because I have the spell.
Pocket.
Boink.
I can't wait for the day that my brain eventually gains the function to be able to sleep, and eyelids to be able to close my eyes, because I won't have you fuckers trying to wake me up, going, "Oh no, we have to travel." Just carry me. You don't have to wake me up.
I could always put you down my tunic if you prefer.
I swear to God, if you do
Are
that,
you awake yet?
if you,
You
I'm
awake
gonna
yet?
say, I'm gonna say now, if you do that, I will remember, and I will make a very powerful fucking cursed item, because I can center it on just you.
Right. So yes, what are you guys planning on doing while you're here?
Surviving.
Honestly, Summer Preview is really fucking excitable at the moment, like excited with all this because this is distracting from the trauma of the
Everything.
The brain
that
incident.
of this that down there,
Of the crowd.
or I think is that way for me.
I'm gonna set down his brain in a jar here. And I'm gonna cast stabilize on him. And then I say, we could probably leave him here for a little while, can't we?
Is that wise? Like, what happens to the room when we close it? Does it stay a room?
I would imagine so.
Come back and it's smashed and it's just pancaked. Um, maybe we should bring you with us just in case, because imagine if he
Very
suddenly
well.
starts to like wake up a bit more.
And then we have a loose job and then the light plane of light.
Teach me a lesson,
All right,
man.
as I kind of like take up the thing again.
Hang on, I have an idea. Do I have any? I think I do. I'm trying to remember if I brought some. That's my gear. Inventory. I have a pouch. Can I put the can I even put Eldaya
Eldea in the pouch, yes, you
Eldaya
can.
in the pouch?
100%.
Pet 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 pet.
So yes, you see that creature that I've just posted as you exit. You see that creature kind of float past. Just small crackles of sparks, like emanated as it passes by. Less sparks, more of like a twinkle as it shifts past.
I'm also gonna like take some of the like last bits of the dried meat that I've got and just shave some little bits off and pop it in the pouch.
Sure.
And wear the hood on top of the pouch as well. Like, so inside there's a layer of hood and Eldea all snuggled up with her little bits of meat. Num num num.
I feel like you're gonna eventually cook in those.
Uttering, don't want to see the light. Don't want to go outside. Don't want to see the light.
Don't make me go out there.
Be with brave.
So
Shall we go have a wander down the market, Asteran?
What's that?
Well, there's the market.
Go to the market if you wish. I was considering at some point going to see if a pact can be made.
I believe that was an option at the Red Street.
Yes. Oftentimes they'll ask you for favors. To earn a bit of your keep. We'll see what happens.
I just offer you an arm.
I go with you, arm in arm, really.
cool. You both head together, arm in arm, as you venture into the markets and such. You find like all manner of light creature shift past your sight, like what looks like a long draconic being made purely of light kind of flickers past, and you see its form shimmer and reflect in all these prismatic like buildings. You see like people, beings of different shades and colors just shimmer by and move past you with little word or hesitation. As you see, when you shift it towards the crimson, if that's where you wish to go, there slowly seems to be almost like a building made of some kind of like octagonal carved crystalline structure, which over the top, instead of the normal angular structure of this, seems to be a smooth domed top, which is polished to a fine shine as it reflects like a bright luminant beacon to all who look upon it.
We're gonna go towards the establishment.
Yeah,
And
you
I'm gonna
wander
step
in,
up.
and there is several queues of like elemental creatures who sit there, and there appears to be another queue which says Otherworlder.
It goes that one, I suppose.
Yep.
You venture that one, and there's this desk with this creature that seems to sit there with a very bright kind of pinkish coloration, and though most others seem almost like formless light, this one seems to have a face that appears like almost a mask, and behind it seems to have like flowing pink locks that kind of curl back up into almost like a double puffball hairstyle as it looks to you. Hello, how can I help you?
I hear that we come here to make pacts with luminescent.
Wonderful. There are many luminescent creatures who await your assistance, and, of course, your utmost professionalism and respect. And
I follow the trail of where the eyes are going.
they look down, they pull up this book. Like, it looks like a real book. This just is a book. Everything else is like luminescent light bullshit. This is a literal leather-bound book. They pull it up. Sorry, one
Is
second.
everything okay?
I'm missing the word. Loyalty! Slams the book closed, pulls it down. And your undying loyalty.
Right.
Do
So
you
what
have-
exactly does the
Oh, of course, sorry. My apologies. Please, do speak.
what exactly does a pact with the other Anvala entail?
A pact generally entails, first of all, a mutual agreement of loyalty to ensure no dealings are done with those who seek to harm the position of your newly joined and aligned partner. Secondly, you undergo tasks and agree to the base exchange of power, that being the arcane powers of your realm for the elemental powers of ours.
So what you're saying is that if we make a pact with you, you don't want us making any pacts with the Tur Alval, is that it?
Whilst not making a pact with the Turl Alval is, of course, preferable, we do not stop you from making such pacts, as with the agreement made, though we do ask that any pacts made with such people are made with the understanding none of their acts can directly conflict with ours.
I look to Sema Reeves, I'd say, the Tur Alval are the Grave Lords, the House of Shadow.
You are well read.
I've lived long enough to know.
You appear confused, Child of Light. How can I help?
This is all very new to me. And a little bit confused.
In the very basic terms, there are 7 elemental houses
Yeah.
of earth, lightning, water, fire, wind, light, and shadow.
hmm
The various houses have hang-ups about some other houses for reasons I won't get into.
Okay.
The shadow and light houses don't always see eye to eye.
They
For
are
what I imagine
sneaky
are-
bastards who want to do everything for themselves and fail to understand the basics of working as a team or any form of unification.
Right. As you can see, there's a bit of a difference of outlook.
Yeah. So, if we wanted to make a pact, what's the exchange?
First of all, we would find you your packed buddy by asking what kind of preferences you have in a elemental being for your partner. Once we find a match, what will basically be agreed is the exchange of base elemental power for that of arcane. As you undertake tasks and make deals with one another, the trust between two partners grows and a greater deal of leverage can be obtained.
And hey, I hear that if you get to the top echelons of their esteem, you get to add little titles to your name.
Indeed, we offer titles to those who have proved loyal to their buddies and their pact mates, and we offer people who obtain such loyal rank great esteem in our great social community.
Okay. So say if I wanted to make a pact with somebody and I was looking for someone who would be able to help me with my performances and my abilities, my natural abilities of storytelling.
Ah,
Would that be
you are
something you'd be able to
looking
help with?
for a twink, someone who is able to perform and create great works of luminescence in luminescent society. I see you are laughing. Is there something that I have made wrong?
Reprieve has the composure to not laugh. Kit does not.
It's making it better fucking laughing at your choice of words there. It was
It
very
was so
interesting.
you need a twink.
You need a twink. Ah, I see. A twink, you say.
I see. Twinks make you stronger in this planet.
We have several twinks if you wish to meet them. I'm certain they will take greatly to somebody of your persuasion. There have been 5 different people who have mentioned that they would like a human performer or otherwise otherworld performer to act as someone they may bounce ideas off of so they can create greater experiences within the realm of twinking.
God damn it, Blake.
How does one become better at being a twink, just out of interest?
One would become better at being a twink if their work their shinings are greater and had
Oh.
better form as well as better structures. Also, those who can do multiple luminescent works at the same time. I believe the closest approximation that we have been given from text over from the other world, these would be seen as people who create works of fire or fireworks in your place. This is the task of a twink.
Like a muse, is what you're saying.
She picks up the book, starts rifling through it. This may take a while.
Muse.
I don't know if I see anything wrong with the initial language.
They kind of like put it down. Probably.
I mean, I'm not human myself, but I would definitely love to meet and maybe see if there is one that I will get along with.
Well, we have Shimmer, Sparkle, Shine, Glow, and Twinkies.
That definitely sounds like a twink name.
To be fair, Twinkies is sort of a name you use when you want your child to become a twink. Much like the word Smith, from where you come from, helps somebody become a Smith.
How good are you at making relationships with twinks, Semi-Brave?
You, Josh. Fuck you.
But Astro knows exactly what he's doing, but thankfully, Josh is able to keep composure just about.
Just about. I can see you just on the edge.
If it's okay, I'd like to meet these tweets so I can understand them and see which one I gel with most, if that's
I
possible.
will arrange a meeting for them. They should
Perhaps
arrive
even-
soon. I will send word for them. Would you like to wait in the meeting area? And does your companion also wish to sign up for such?
Do you want to twink, Asteran?
I'm not so sure that twinks are my type.
Do you have a specific type? What kind
Yeah,
of partner
small in a
would you
black
like?
coat.
What was that, Aldea?
Small in a black cloak. Fiery death. Requires multi-petting.
Nah, Asteran wants a bear.
Aww.
Does your friend who is
I will
tainted
neither
also
confirm nor
want
deny
a
that
partner?
allegation.
Does your tainted friend also want a partner? I'm sure we can find
Tainted.
somebody desperate enough.
I think this might be just something that you do, Semi-Brave.
Yes. I'm happy to wait here if you want to take the others off for a wander.
I nod as I say.
Did I offend somebody?
No. We are also waiting on a situation, and I believe my friend here wants to go have a look around the market.
Is this in
And
regards to
besides-
your jar friend?
Yes, it is. We're looking for someone to restore him. Although that request is currently going through the Council of Light at the moment.
Is this not what you call a baby?
No, this
Eyes
is what
up.
I call a desperate situation.
What
Understood.
some people might call a messed up situation.
Eyes just staring unblinkingly because it cannot blink. The
I
light
will
will
also-
eventually drive me mad.
I will also unhook my pouch and hook it onto Asteran.
I gotta glance downwards as I say, I suppose I'll see you when you're done.
Yes, and hopefully I'll find my twink.
I hope that you do as well. Perhaps you'll even be able to get to meet multiple at once. We'll call it a twink party.
Right. I'm going to need a
See you
soft
later.
moment while I go take a pee. especially
But-
because I don't want to laugh so hard that I end up causing a problem on camera. So
Oh, do you not want to experience more of your twinks?
no.
Oh no, I'm just gonna go off and discuss more about what my type is.
It's totally a bear.
Right.
You don't have a say in this, brain.
Blub 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 blub.
Oh god, right. I'm gonna be a brief moment. I will see you guys. Let's have a 5-minute break.
That's fine.
Sounds
I am going
fair.
to
good.
refill on water.
Cool.
But my god. Twink bastards.
Yeah, we can hear that, Blake. And
Easy.
You know what? I can't just unmute him now, so.
There we go.
wait,
Just turn his volume right down. You can't hear it anymore.
So, how many of you were able to keep composure while I was pressing for more information on those twinks?
I lost that. Like,
Well,
I
I was
lost that
laughing,
hard.
but I got nothing else better to do.
Well, I have my cup of sturdy tea here, so.
There,
Oh, bear in mind, she will have a cup of tea in the pouch.
there.
I think that my image of Asteroid actually got deleted during
It
the
did, it's just
update.
sad.
did you
I will-
move? Did you possibly move it from its original location on your computer?
Maybe?
Does that?
It might have been in my downloads and I deleted my downloads folder.
Yeah.
So I'll go see if I can grab it again.
If oh, did I make it for you?
Pretty sure you did.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'll do you a nice cut-out version.
I'm just waiting for Aldair to eventually cook within those layers because there is no air filtering being able to go through it properly. I've not heard one moment where there has been a breeze and it's just constant light.
Yep, she
All the
hates it
heat.
here. It's horrible. It's the worst place ever. It's day 24/7. Why? Why?
I'm just gonna say now, how do you think I feel? I am an unblinking brain. I cannot hide from this.
Do you know
because
what
no one
makes
has
me
stayed
laugh?
in me.
I gave you my clue, so.
All you've done is covered the lid.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm only little. What I like is that Jarvin, even now, is so stupid that he doesn't progress in regrowing like a normal baby. Because do you know what grows before eyes on a normal baby? Eyelids!
Lids.
Yes, but I don't have those.
I know, that's what I mean. When a baby born is created, when it starts growing, it becomes a spine and a column, basically. Then it grows like baby organs, but before it even starts to grow eyes, it will grow eyelids. And they
Oh.
will be sealed shut until a couple of weeks, I think it is, or a month or so before they're born. So Jarvin is doing it wrong. But
Well-
in the best possible Jarvin way.
In fairness, he didn't grow
Jarvin's
the eye.
Body
the eye
does
yet.
not.
Oh,
Jarvin
hang
does
on,
not
hang on.
choose
We've
what
got to turn you
Jarvin
back up,
does.
Blake.
Yeah.
We have to turn you
Sorry.
down
Oh.
because you had
I will unmute you.
Too
There
loud
you
bossa
sound.
music.
I was sitting there going, poor bastard's not even progressing like a real fetus.
He isn't regrowing
Oh.
any of the eye parts. though,
Aldea
that's
and
why.
Astran are
Oh,
taking
that's
care
true,
of
yeah.
the baby after all.
Damn, it's trying to usurp my spot for pets. I'll have to knock the jar over.
What? What do you mean I'm trying to usurp it for pets? No, I just want a bear covering.
Fine, I'll sign a royalty that says for every one pet that he gets, you get 5.
Okay, that's fine.
Just put a
For a
blanket
lesser
over
pet.
me. That's all I ask. I just no longer want the unending light.
Hey, you made the silly decision to blow yourself up. You have to
I
let the light show.
expected to die.
And you were wrong.
You're not allowed to die.
I was not expecting the hell that was called the light realm.
You think you're gonna die? No, you're going to suffer.
I find it beautiful. Everybody's like, I expected to die. It's like, there are worse things than death, my friend.
Yes, it is called being brought to the realm of light when you have no fucking eyelids.
Ah, my fucking eye! It's a good thing I got regeneration. I'm gonna need it to fucking repair my retinas.
I love how the fact that like everyone is basically like, ah, poor Elder, let's cover you up. Just burning eyes, can't fucking say anything because he can't go. Please help, my eyes are fucking burning.
I have no mouth and I must
Blake.
scream.
What do I know of the elemental gate? In that, do I know if I can travel to whichever elemental plane I wish after going out in again?
Like, you didn't appraise it, and your understanding of elemental stuff is very rudimentary. Unless Semi-Brief mentioned anything specifically about the colors changing, which I believe they did clue
I
you up on
did.
before,
Yeah.
you can make an assumption about that, but it'd be exactly that.
White
an
is
assumption.
light. White is light, but was the color changing? that I was
Yes,
observing?
depending on the time of day.
Oh, the time of day. Okay. Okay. That's fair. We should
Which,
say, well,
good luck working that out here.
So evil day.
I will tell you who can tell you
Aldea
that.
is suffering in here, so I don't
Mm.
feel as if it's going to be a good idea for it too long.
I mean, you could try and leave and just wait until the portal opens back up and leave. And you could try and
Yeah,
go to
give
a different
Semi-Breven
elemental plane.
a whole day with her twinks, with their twinks.
So, Semi-Brief.
Yup.
Let's see if we
Time
can
to
get into
go to
that portal of
Twink Town.
shadow.
Oh god, I can't believe I've done this. Oh no!
Oh, before we go to the Pole of Shadow, can I at least have a fucking some sort of semblance of a being?
Well,
like
you
to be
do.
able to
You have
interact with them.
organs
Just
and
by the
nervous
by-
systems.
Interactable being. Also, yes.
By the
I
by?
was saying, just by the by, I've got to remember like the 5 names I gave for these guys.
Ah, yes.
Oh,
Sparkle, and this is recorded so
Sparkle,
somebody else knows
Shine.
it.
Shimmer.
Shimmer.
Look, we all know
Twinkie.
we all know
Yeah.
Twinkie is the one.
And there was
Let's not bother.
Sparkle,
There was
with
the shimmer,
Shine,
shine.
Shimmer. Spark and Twinkie.
That's it. Yep.
it.
Okay.
Look, we all know
Winky,
that.
winky.
Look, we all know that Twinkie is going to be the winner. So let's not even bother.
So you
Memorize
see
the
this. You wait in the meeting room that you're told. It seems to be just a glowing space in like a separate space from all the other glowing spaces. It means nothing to you.
Very excited.
After a few moments, you see this like what seems almost like a wisp light enter, and it kind of like sits there, and after a small moment, just a small see small little like wisp like forms move up from it and explode into an array of like small little sparks and twinkles and glitter as just it goes and it seems to make several of these in front of you before stopping for a few moments.
Hello. You must be one of the twinks.
It leaves.
Oh no, you're not supposed to call that to the face.
Turns out I've been had the entire time.
Yes.
Wait, did I upset you?
You see a similar face kind of enter. Did things go well?
They came and did some colours and then left. Didn't say anything.
Oh, most beings won't talk. they lack the understanding of other world
Oh.
speech.
I didn't know that. My apologies.
They know you can't speak their language either.
Ah.
I imagine they are hoping to see your performance.
Are they all here?
You are arriving a little later, but yes, they are all here.
Maybe I can wait for all of them, and it'd be easy if I could perform for all of them together. Or is that not generally?
How you wish to appeal to your bondmate is up to you.
Our bondmates now.
In that case, if you could ask, I don't know if you can ask them to wait, and I will perform for them all.
Understood. I will have them all wait and send them all in at the same time.
Thank you.
You're waiting for what feels like about an hour?
They're spending the time coming up with a brand new song for that particular occasion.
Telling yourself to Twinks.
I know exact song that I will sing.
Cool. There isn't any law you have associated with such things, is there?
I have elemental light law.
I mean, you can use
Or
that
I've
for your
got-
performance
oh,
if you
for-
want. I was more meaning like for whatever kind of like songwriting or anything like that.
Oh, I've got stake.
That was more for knowing about the stage as opposed to doing stage plays and stuff. So don't worry about it. There's more to check that.
Otherwise,
Just roll a d20 on its own and add your performance stuff.
natural 20.
Right. Roll again.
The 40. And a 5.
Okay. So that's now
So that's
47.
50. No, sorry, I got the wrong
Oh.
count. Performance is 32.
Mm-hmm.
My skill's gone. Plus 5 is 57. Yeah, so 57 altogether.
Wonderful. So you see these many different forms like move into this area as you've called for them.
Blake,
Yes?
have you seen or are you aware of steam powered giraffe?
I am aware of steam powered.
Oh,
The
yes.
Spine's version of Shine Bright Like a Diamond. And that's what she'll sing.
Yeah, feel
What
free
they'll
to
sing.
drop that fat word in there. I'm just going to.
As in, put it in the bot or just the video?
If you want to put it in the bot while I'm going through and getting you the images for all the different light twinks that are trying to vie for your attention and are listening to you.
I see that the first one is adorable.
Oops.
This is not light-based enough. Also not light-based enough.
Right.
Come on, you guys can do better than that.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in a beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star I see, a vision of ecstasy. When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like diamonds in the sky. I knew that we'd become one right away. Oh, right away. At first sight, I felt the energies of sun rays. I saw the life inside, so shine bright tonight. You and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky.
So yes, you see all these kind of like ephemeral light-based forms kind of enter
We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky.
as you begin
Shine bright
performing.
like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky.
Palms rise to the universe as the moon shines on me. Feel the warmth, we'll never die. We're like diamonds in the sky. You're a shooting star I see, a vision of ecstasy.
When you hold me, I'm alive. We're like
Diamonds in the sky. At first sight, I felt the energy of
Just
sun
grabbing a few more. Sorry about
rays.
this.
I saw
Right.
life inside, so shine bright tonight. You and I, we're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Eye to eye, so alive. We're beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shining bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky.
Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. So shine bright tonight. You
So,
and I.
as you're making your performance, you see each of these kind of elemental creatures open in as well. The first one kind of makes these trails of light kind of echo as they seem to draw like images of like people and creatures, and seems to build these like beautiful pictures out of light itself, almost as if the light's trailing from behind them, and makes these works of what you could describe as looking like art. The one that moves after basically gives a small flare that makes almost all the light around them dim until you can just see them, and from this kind of like deep darkness creates like small tiny movements, and it's almost like an enthralling dance of small light flows that explode into more dancing lights that twinkle around one another and explode once more as it moves into this beautiful fireworks display of sorts that seems to erupt from one another, drawing into faces and following trails, becoming this very kind of ornate dance of explosion and light. The one that follows that, Spark, seems to come forth and give this bright glow from itself as it kind of has its entire form almost a silhouette of itself, as it just gives this really strong, powerful glow that just seems to make everything look dark in comparison, despite this huge light place. And lastly, with Twinkie, they seem to move with a fine grace, their being almost purely of light and of the brightest white as they begin dancing and twirling and spinning. It's like trying to watch the sun itself move and shift. It's almost impossible to look away as this being shifts, moves, spins, twirls, and seems to allow themselves to not only land but to fall into a puddle of light and reform as it starts dancing with itself. And then those two collapse to form one creature that comes up, and the shapes change to make almost seemingly like a shadow play, but with light itself. Uh, you would imagine by the fact that you see the person walk in afterwards and look to them all and look to you. Ah, I see. These all enjoyed your performance and would like your patronage.
Oh, I have to pick one now, don't I?
Yes.
Oh, this is going to be difficult because Seven Brief does not like disappointing people.
Which twink did you like the most?
Looks in
They-
a mirror.
It is okay. I'm sure they can wait another 1,000 years for another person to turn up. I am joking, of course. You people appear every 100.
You people.
I see how it is.
I would like. Oh gosh, I'm gonna like screw myself because of this fucking name, but I really
Twinkie.
like Twinkie.
Just gonna say, called it.
They nod, and when you say that, the pink creature kind of flashes a few times in a few different places. It's almost like it's like flash, 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 flash. Sure. You feel like there's some communication here, as if the duration of the light means something.
Like Morse code almost.
Maybe a little bit more than almost.
Okay.
As you see all the you see first of all the creature of like kind of orange light seems to just leave and float away. The one that's of like a brightness that makes everything else dark around it seems to make the world dark around it as it seems to fall into an explosion and then just dissipates. The other one seems to dim as it walks out with a kind of slump as Twinkie
Did you
sits
tell
there.
them they were all wonderful though?
I told them you did not choose them.
But
They flash after them, and they don't really turn back to look at it. They shrug.
Okay. So what happens now?
Well, now it's time for the paperwork. They basically put up a stack of papers in front of you.
Ah,
Would you like me to summarize what the paperwork means?
yes, please.
What it means is you will act as a gate for the creature to access mana, which will allow them to do a variety of things. And they will act as a gateway for you to pull the elemental powers that be as well.
Okay.
And that you will offer aid to their goals and they will offer aid to yours. And in building this trust, you will both be able to open yourselves further to that power.
And this is a common mutuality. There's no like you said, it's a bonding.
Correct. It works both ways.
And would I be able to learn how to communicate with Twinkie?
That comes almost innately through the connection that is formed through this magical pact, yes.
Okay. Anything else I need to know? Do I need to give or do anything else for this?
Merely bleed on the bottom of the page. You notice, like, Twinkie kind of does something, and like a droplet of light seems to spill forth and land on the page.
It's just piss on the paper.
Yes, of course the blood contracts are safe. Don't mind the blood contract.
I'm a fae. With my
Then you know how
natural
totally legit they are.
how does this feel like as a gut instinct on like contracts and shit?
This feels like a binding contract, and
Mm.
one that binds like souls, which you'd imagine is kind of part of how this power is transferred.
I can finally tell my mother that I found a soulmate.
You are technically not wrong.
Blake, you have to deal with another one now.
Souls
Another
need
one?
more souls. So yes,
Yep, they will nod, smile. Obviously, this is on the mutual proviso that the requests will not be interfering with my cause to protect the gates, to make sure that what possibly is to come
they make nods.
will not happen.
Indeed. That will be expected.
I'll prick my finger.
Yep.
And do a little thwip.
Cool, blood contract sealed. So you get, just for the basic of it, you get 5 affinity with light.
That's in elemental packs.
Yep.
Brings you up to 10, doesn't it?
My current pack value is 5. So,
So
I've earned 5.
Yep.
And
Which means you
Oh.
can use that 10 pact power to lower the amount of XP you need for a certain light spell.
nice.
And you hear from
I've
the
also
creature.
noticed that some things have gone up and down. That's very cool.
Yes. So you see the creature kind of turn to you, and now the pact is sealed goes. You were very good. I heard you from here. You were amazing. Oh my god, how do you do that? How do you do that thing with your voice? I don't understand how people do anything with their voice. I always have to move around just for people to see me, because we have this weird thing where you have to shine, and if you're shining, then everybody sees you. And but if you've got to shine for people to be able to see you, so it's like constant talking, while also dancing, and it's like 12 things at once. It's really amazing. But the fact that you can do that when even people can't even see you, but they still hear you, so there's right there.
Oh my god, I'm going to love you.
I'm glad I love you. Anyway, so we'll totally get into the details later, but I'm going to go tell all of my family that I've done this. Oh my god, it's been so long. Okay, I'm going to go. I'll catch you later. We'll be in touch. We're with mind stuff now. We're like permanently in each other's heads. If you really want to, you can just kind of hit me up anytime. It's perfectly fine. Anyway, I'm going to go. I'm so happy.
Just before you go, Twinkie is still the right name?
Absolutely, it's Twinkie.
Yes. Okay. Is there a short name, a nickname that you prefer?
The Twink. The best Twink. Twink extraordinaire.
You just want to make fucking Teltoa, but in twink form.
The fuck?
No, because even Teltoa couldn't keep up with this shit.
No, this would be very, 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 very hard to keep up with on any permanent basis. Anyway, I'm going to leave. I'll be in your head. If you ever need me, just call me. And if I ever need you, I'll try and call you too. I'll try not to bother you most of the time, but I might. Anyway, I'll catch you later. Have fun. Bye. As they like skid out, like with some weird grace beyond that of even elven kind that you've seen.
He's the twinkiest.
He's the Twinkies.
The Twinkies, the Twinks.
And just
Do I need to record the name or anything somewhere?
you can 100% record the name. But somehow I get the feeling you're not going to forget it anytime soon.
No.
So yeah, there you go. There's Twinkie the Twink light elemental that's now on your side. And you're soulbound to this thing.
You're soulbound to a twink.
So yes, now that you've all been soulbound, do you want to go visit the markets, or are
The
you,
leading twink in the room.
or is Asteran, the brain, and Eldea going to go visit somewhere else?
I'd say we are. I was taking
They're on the
Aldair
brain.
out of the
Asked the
plane of
twink.
light because she was literally withering.
Okay, so you're heading out of the plane of light. What time are you waiting for?
Well, it's gonna be. So was it midday now?
It looks it.
Like you could tell.
Always looks it.
Well, I'm gonna basically wait until like dusk-ish. What? But
There's no dusk in here. It's just
No, no,
light.
like I'm
No, no,
going
no.
out.
Okay, so you're
I
going.
just said I'm heading out the plane
Okay,
of
so
light.
you're heading out and you wait till dusk.
Yes.
As you wait
What
till
do you think?
dusk, the door that was covered in all these colors turns to a dim, kind of blackish color.
I'm gonna step through that.
Wonderful. God, fucking dang it! I can find fucking visual aids for this shit. That you fucking see.
Aldea's quite happy in her, pouch with her hood and cold tea. She will be happier when the lights are off, though.
Fucking
It's
God.
a brain in a jar. It's a brain in a jar.
What is this?
Asteran the
It's a brain in a jar.
Asteran the brain. One is the genius, the other's
The other's a
insane.
brain.
Owl in the pocket. There's an owl in the pocket. Got crinkly nose and it's fuzzy wuzzy. I don't know. I'll do so well then.
I liked it.
Fuck it, this will have to do.
Best
Power,
pocket owl.
control, perseverance.
So you see, as you enter the realm of shadow, everything is grayscale and seems to be like a wailing maelstrom of like this shadowless forms and just quaking miasma. As you move through, even the ground on the floor in which you stand feels like if you were to tread on it the wrong way, it would disappear from beneath you and fail to support you again. You move through and you see this kind of hooded shadow-like figure with just the only light seems to be like holes where its eyes would be that stare and burrow into you as it goes.
Yes. I am Asteran. I am currently investigating potential issues that may be going on with the various gates between the material world and the rest. good to know at the very least. I look down to Aldera's, I'd say. You can come out now, by the way.
Just for note, you know this creature, as you like look down at him, is shackled to the gate.
Cool. Yeah, Aldea will pop out of the bag, like hesitantly at first, hood still like massively too big over her head, and just peering out the bag.
This is almost like
Sees it's safe.
permanent twilight almost. There's like
Perfect hunting.
darkness everywhere. There is like where clouds would usually be white, they're instead of black and like ephemeral smoke.
I can only imagine from my eyes, the pupil has been like the like super fucking high pinprick for so long. Step through the gate, high as balls. I
Oh,
guess
yeah.
my 8 lore won't come in use because I'm still trying to process cognitive thoughts.
You're still reforming. At this point, you've gotten a second eye and you've got an eyelid on the first. You're going like,
There you
Ah,
go.
yeah.
Alright, so I can wink at people. So I can do this.
Oh my god, you can converse with Morse code.
Yes!
I think he's got a brain that allows him to think about Morse code.
I am
good
nothing
point.
but brain!
He's still on Major Monkey
And 2
Brain.
eyes.
So yes.
But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
she'll
but-
pop out the bag, sans cloak, so a la picture that is currently displayed,
And
due to the fact that the cloak is still being used as a lid. A breathable lid, but still a lid.
indeed.
And will perch herself on Astran's shoulder again, because, you know.
Just wait until I get a tongue.
Towards the shadows. He gestures towards this like large castle keep, below which seems to be like a set of houses and buildings in the distance.
I look down to Aldera's, I'd say. Should we go?
Why not? Perhaps we can find some aid for our jar.
You'll move faster if you drown yourself in shadow.
There's a moment, and then there's a grin, and she'll sort of take off from Asteran's shoulder, and she does actually move faster in shadows anyway.
He, as he's saying that, grabs Asteran's ankle and starts dragging him beneath the floor in which he stands.
I kind of just. What is it you are doing?
Faster movement.
Very well.
As he drags you beneath the shadows, you find yourself drowning for a brief moment almost in this like thick like smoke, and then you find yourself dropping and like sinking as you come up on the other side, coughing up this smoke, and as you look around you seem to be in a village.
Did I go with him?
Yes.
Or... Okay. Just make sure that the jar just wasn't
Smoke in the
like,
jar.
It ended up
Smoke in the
placed
jar.
on the ground.
Smoke in a jar.
Jar suffocating because you can't breathe the smoke.
I've got a jar of Jarvin. I've got a
Aldea,
jar
are you
of
just
jar,
fucking
Jarvin.
up, or are you
Jarvin.
also diving in?
She'll probably follow after. It'd be a bit rude to abandon him since he brought her here.
Mm-hmm.
At this stage, he's abandoning you.
So considerate.
Not on purpose.
Not on purpose, but still doing it.
But yes, you see forth. There's a great many different creatures that you see pass you. Each one appears to be some vaguely humanoid creature, completely adorned in a draping shadow-esque form, much like the image sent forth. As yes, you're greeted by several of those things as you enter this village of them as they each look at you, eyes almost glaring at you as they don't speak a word.
I'm going to go into what's considered the Shadow House.
Okay, so you start moving towards this gigantic castle-like thing.
Yes.
Cool. You see some like guards at the door who look to you and don't say a word as you pass on through, but continue glaring far beyond the entrance of which you walk. Your footsteps have no sound. They are silent, muffled, smothered by the smoke almost. As you climb and you grind to the top, where you see there appears to be a shadow sat there on a large throne-like area. As it turns to you, mouths growing on almost every part of their face, which slowly open as it begins to speak. What can I do for the Shadow Fallen?
We are here to inquire about the criteria of a Shadow Pact. I kind of glance towards out there.
Oh, Shadow Pacts.
Glancing out there, I'd say perhaps these ones will be able to shed some more light on your nature.
No. I don't want it. There's nothing we can do.
Then perhaps you can offer me a name to go with a marking. And she'll turn and furl out her wings. I know who the top one is, but no one dares speak of the bottom one.
These are things of other world. Not much I know about. Hello,
Tragic.
whisper. You want to know price you pay?
Go ahead. What is the price?
Open ticket. A favor would take. Yes, favor. Big one.
Aldea hikes a brow, settles back on Asteran's shoulder. This is potential information I can find from a library. I don't know if there is anything they can offer me. Perhaps, though, they can help Draven.
I can offer information as to the golden child. I can see.
What are the terms of these shadow pacts? I assume
Depend
similar.
on who you pact with. Many ask for different things, and many have their own desires. Some what they were, who they could be, whispers of what they want, things they want to see.
Gonna do a scroll to see where her stuff is. Yeah,
Sorry, just
Astran making the best noises. Oh, it was Blake making the best noises. Probably shouldn't have turned it off.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I mean, I thought it was very cute for shadow people to go from, incredibly creepy to like just light and cheerful. Sing
Oh, that's like
songs.
that's like
a very musical people.
Ah,
Who did
you
you
would like
make
to be.
alive living.
I thought we were going to go down the Norse route, but basically it's just this is it's a low key situation. We gathered him for somewhere to find out the light person.
You would have liked semi-brief quite a lot.
Does Semi-Brief not like the shadow people?
Probably not.
There are things we can do for those circling the drain.
You also
Secrets, wordless promises, horrifying outcomes.
Just glances to the jar. We have horrifying.
Much worse.
I'm sure, but that is not what I am interested in. Tell me, have you got those that can move unseen? Better with stealth.
We know. We know.
Then yes, perhaps someone who can move and gather information would be the most useful for me. It'll tie into the things I have to get done.
The shadows see much. Anywhere light is, we are present. Always
Of course, it's the eternal balance.
Always listening. Always caring. Light doesn't say. Light doesn't care. We do.
Good. Then bring me a selection of candidates. We have medicine for that.
Voice, but all have What do you want? What panel to seek?
She'll think a minute, sip on her cold tea. Should have gone to the eternal flame. But I need a partner that can help me maintain the balance. The task that was set to me by the markers on my back. Information.
Appreciate like the birth most hated. Of course, but there are some you understand
As you say, shadows hide in the light, and the light needs the shadows to shine. So, balance is important.
You see him kind of like push, like his hand grows to like 7 times the size, crashes into the floor, and out of it he rakes up this like shadow being that seems to look horrified as it sat there now within the like claws of this creature in what looks like some kind of shadow cage. This one knows.
She'll look at the creature in the cage.
It appears to be a like shadow form like woman whose eyes appear to be tilted in such a way that there seems to be an expression of fear upon them.
Oh, poor thing. And tell me, what is it this one seeks?
This one. What do you seek? You see they kind of like shriek back at the side of the cage, and there's like sort of like you see them more open, and you can't hear a thing. It's silence to you. You seek this. They seek the way, an alternate being, failure.
Treats that as a bad word. I see. And what would be my part in this bond?
You find other actors bond. Connection between death and life. Light and shadow.
I see. Is there a contract, or is this more of a verbal binding?
Contract. You see from his like hand becomes gigantic again, reaches inside his own chest, rips out a pair of shackles, and tosses them to you. Leave above the shackles and claim your slave. The slave claim you.
She sort of looks at the shackles. I'd prefer to read a physical contract.
Contract of shadows is contract of power. One wins, the other buckles, and power is exchanged.
All answers to Asteran?
This is your choice to make. I can imagine that you will win whatever contest may come your way.
Do not underestimate this one. Trixie, so persistent.
She'll carefully pick up the shackles. Well, I'll give it a shot at least. And sort of clamp the first one on her side. And yeah.
Cool.
Eyes just watching.
As he does that, like a gout of shadow just comes out. You see it kind of like seeps through the jar into it, and exploding from the jar is like a shadowish form of Jarvan with like all his like nerves in the right places, his eye just sat there hanging, his brain floating in this like wisp like shadow. Child of shadow. See. We claimed you, but you slip away again. Always running from the grave. You can speak, you are aware. You are also fucking half fucked. You speak in a similar manner at the moment.
Okay, hang on, because I'm gonna try to. I don't quite know if I can do the same amount of justice you can. No, just to confirm,
I would
I'm
definitely
essentially a
recommend
shadow
some
creature.
water. Yep. You are currently
It is a good thing.
Shadow Jarvan.
Okay, so I'm not
He's going to sell
fixed.
good product. He's
Basically,
going to sell
breath
good
me
product.
outwards and try talking when you're speaking inwards, and then you'll pretty much have it.
Okay, that's fine. Just for my sake of mind, I'm not fixed. I just have a form that I am able to use.
Yep.
Jarvan is going to try to think of what the fuck to say for a moment because he wasn't
The
quite expecting
products!
it. Oh, there's not exactly much of selling of products at this stage.
Might be able to sew your jar and your soup.
I also do not have my forge or any of my stuff because it was
You could always
most
sell
of
your
it was blown up.
pact.
That's true.
To be fair, it's all on a pile outside the gate.
This is strange. Very strange indeed.
Feels right, though, doesn't it? When you speak and feel shadow, fill your lungs. Right, good.
I poke Asteran to see if it just goes through him.
If you want it to touch him, it touches him. If you try a weaker touch, your like finger dissipates in smoke, and you can do that.
I
for
want
that
to touch
thing.
Asteran. Who else has thought that today?
I just go. It is very interesting.
Oh, bravery in trying to claim us. I will grant you this reprieve. Know that the grave will come, and I will greet you someday. Someday.
I just look to Asteran and Aldea and I go. Probably not the right time for me to try a pact of my own. Is it?
I'm sure if you wish to try.
Of move, the one who leans on shadow. To claim it his own, like a person with one leg. Claiming ownership of the wooden stick that lets them walk.
And yet, I
It
could.
can't be any worse than you blowing yourself up.
You see, Jarvan is thinking for a moment, and not about the explosion.
You have your slave. They travel with you now. Enjoy the fight. Enjoy the fight.
You see the creature you shackled. She kind of like cuts you, and a small trickle of blood seeps into the shackles as she disappears into your shadow.
I wish to ask something, and I'm not gonna lie. I will probably just speak as normal as Nathan
That's absolutely
because
fine.
it's going to strain me. My lungs aren't doing that well, anyways.
Oh, fair enough. Don't worry
So-
about it, man.
I am ill, unfortunately. I just want to double check something. The shadows of the packed shadows as such. Was there only the one that was shown at this stage?
The packed shadows.
So when Eldea went, oh, I want to make a pact with
Yes.
the
He
shadows,
asked what she wanted.
only the one.
She said she wanted somebody who knows balance. He was like, fine. Ripped out somebody from the ground, imprisoned
see,
them, and basically encouraged Aldea to shackle them to a service as a slave, and told them that you'd be eternally fighting with them for power.
Okay, that's fine. Does I'm curious. Does the symbol upon show on my shadowy tongue?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to think of a way with this where I'm not just actively going, all right, I know this bit because character-wise I don't know it. But he is curious. Okay. He will ask the shadows. I'll just speak as me. Do you know what this is? And he will kind of pull on his shadow tongue and reveal the symbol that is on there.
We know. Many secrets spoken in darkness, all of them bad, most of them bad, most of them not supposed to be heard.
I see.
Seek what others preserve. You want chaos, where others seek balance.
You are not wrong.
Long I have any words, speak quickly.
I wish for one who can make better, who can make the best, help me make the best use out of my gift. And I'm sure you know what gift I speak of.
You want They collapse their hand into the floor, wrench out this, what could only be described as an absolute fucking beast of a creature. And once this creature gets out, it looks malicious, maligned, and the best way you could describe it is it looks like something that shouldn't be. Gonna be 1 second. This is gonna be the best one. God dang it, trying to find the perfect visual representation is a bitch.
That is
Give
fair.
me a
It's
solid
okay.
5 seconds.
That is fine. I'm going to read the spell. Ah, I see, Josh. Do you want that spell because it involves them being in bed?
Okay. You see this kind of creature
Oh, who's a good boy?
as
Who's a good boy? Yes.
What's it is?
as the creature looks at you and kind of gives this grotesque roar.
You
As
both see a
it
white grin
crashes
on his
against the
face.
cage like some kind of raging beast. Struggle for power with this. Oh, mad. I like it, but mad.
Just for
In
Aldea
your
and
current
Asbran.
state, you would be devoured.
Astran and Aldea, you both see there is a large grin on his shadowy face, but it's not the grin that you have come to accustom to, where it is a happy, jovial grin of selling products and stuff. No, this is a grin of one where you normally see maybe a muse or an artist where they have seen something utterly magnificent, utterly divine almost, where they are enraptured by what they are seeing. That is the look that is on Java's face right now when he sees this arguably horrifying creature. And he steps to the cage. He doesn't like get quite within reach.
Just like several different heads all screaming and kind of like just like all those screams and guttural roars and just smashing against this shadow like cage.
I want to reserve him if possible.
I will people when you are brave. Then your mind will be crushed otherwise. Will severed, brain destroyed, form corrupted.
Once I am whole, I will come back for my pet.
Please do. As it sinks the shadowy cage back down into the ground.
I look to the other two and I go, I can't quite go back to the realm of light currently, as I like being able to walk around.
Go back, laugh at them, watch as they make you whole, and hate themselves for it.
Would this form survive there?
Yes.
Oh, okay, never mind. Alright, let's go. Okay, fuck it, let's do this then. I thought I would have to be back in a jar to get back there, but if I just walk around like this, let's go. I just look to Astrid and I go, I'm ready when you are.
So long as you don't start it.
Would you like a slave?
My hand kind of erupts in a small amount of flame as I'd say, I'm a much different type of elementalist.
I see the final one. Not so different, but not like.
Well, I think you already know what the fire stands for. Though I won't lie, there are some aspects of your house that appeal.
Control. Persistence.
Particularly the last one, I think. Do not bring up a slave for me, though. The fact that you even use such terms and practices turns me away from your kind.
Do not get me wrong. You're as much a slave to them as they are to you. If you lose, so don't lose.
I've lived long enough to know what that kind of struggle can do to someone over a long time. Do not offer me this.
Then you'll be leaving. Saved. As like you see a shadow cage form around you all and just bring you underneath. Again, your lungs fill with shadow, and before long you find yourself on the other side, coughing up right next to the gate.
Aha! That was a bit better that time. I wasn't in a jar.
I step towards the gate.
Cool, you step towards the gate, you go through.
Yep.
Can I? Hold on. I do want to do one thing. I kind of lean over to Aldea and kind of like hold a finger out.
Sure.
and like in terms of like a perch, it's like, can I test something? You are on mute.
Yeah, I am. We'll sort of look between Asteran and Shadow Jarvan, I guess, and she'll sort of flutter off of Asteran's shoulder and very tentatively go to like one leg at a time, not quite, not quite closing the wings because you don't trust no shadowy crap
That's fine.
to try and
I say
land on the finger.
he is stopped and is looking around and just kind of watching what's going on.
You land
In
on
all
his
honesty,
finger. It's solid.
Nice.
He's keeping it over Asteran's shoulder, so there's not like
It's
a
solid.
drop
After a
effort.
few moments, the shadows like on his finger seem to like slowly start curling up your legs, and they stop about halfway, but seem to like constantly been swirling up like that.
And then I let it go ethereal.
You just drop
How
through.
does it feel? Yeah. How does it feel considering she is currently stepping on my nerves?
You don't feel anything. Oh,
Oh yeah.
oh yeah.
Oh wait, no, never mind. I'm
No,
unfeeling.
your nerves are in the right place. As you make it incorporeal, she steps on one of your nerves. It is completely ignoring you. Your nerves never did anything before. I mean, like.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Like,
I
good
just see
thing
you
too,
stepping
because
on
it would be
nerves.
the most excruciating pain possible for anybody ever if you felt it.
I just see you stepping on my nerves and go,
What?
can I then re-solidify my finger?
Mm-hmm.
Does she go back up or
Like,
work?
mm,
Or is she just palm my finger right now?
if you started doing it the moment she started falling through, otherwise she just like kind of fell through.
As I said, it's literally just like that.
Mm.
So her feet are like touching Asteran's shoulder
Yeah.
on top of my nerves.
If you re-solidify, it just solidifies around her.
Ah, I see. And then it's kind of just lifts up. This is cool. And then I go ethereal again. I will pull my finger away, allowing you to be rested back on Asteran's shoulder. Now I'm ready.
Right. As
Right.
As the
Step through the
disturbing
portal.
gang step through the portal, and there's now nothing on the other side of the portal for the rest of the evening. As I'm assuming you guys are going to wait for the morning to re-meet up with Semi-Brief.
Yes.
Cool. So yes, for the time being, I'm going to say it's late.
So glad I didn't go through.
I'm going to say
So
it's
glad
late,
I didn't go with
so
them.
we're going to end it there.
Yeah.
Now, you guys have the pleasure of being technically within walking distance of a city, several cities in fact. And, for us note, every week where we don't play, you will have downtime accumulate for that week. And when you hit a city, you may spend all of it. So
Cool.
at the moment, thanks to we're not being able to play until not next week, the weekend after, you have 4 weeks of downtime to spend.
Nice.
What are our downtime actions?
There is like pretty much a great list of anything and everything. So you have like all the elemental
Fucking
nations you can
freaky.
go visit. There's their relevant markets.
Particularly-
You could send details off to other people. You can buy XP skills. You can trade. You can call in favors. You can pretty much whatever you want. You can start crafting stuff. You can craft potions, poultices, like materials, etc. You can start singing. You can start establishing relationships with certain people. Blah 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 blah. Do what you like.
Get my new pet.
Sure.
No, that will happen in game. I need my body back first.
So yeah, just for reference, as Jarvan walks into the land of light, the light makes his form less shadow and like incorporeal, more to a solid blackness. Almost as if the light itself is focusing on the shadow. Though everybody in the realm of light does look to you with absolute disdain and appall.
Ah, back to familiar territory.
So yeah.
I'll be honest, yes, I was completely expecting to die when I made the decision to go, fuck it, I'm gonna dogpile these guys and go fucking blow me up.
If it hadn't been for Asteran's heal, you would have. I 100% would have just said, because you took 110 damage there. There was 110 damage that came out. Semi-Brief took half of that thanks to the tree, and then did a acrobatics check to take another 20 off of that. So they didn't get pated. You just got absolutely fucking blown to smithereens. You were at half health anyway. You had 30 HP. You took like 3 times that shit.
Jesus.
That would have been like insta-kill range. But because of natural regeneration and the heal, just as it fucking went kaboom, yeah, your brain just barely survived. And thanks to all your regeneration bullshit, you're a character that could have probably lived in the best possible scenario.
I am fucking immortal under the right circumstances.
I hope you understand, though, that your shadow form that you currently have, yeah, that's not HP, buddy. That's
oh, I know.
Yeah.
That's just pure awesomeness.
No, I'm just saying that's going to be that'll basically be like your what's it called? PDR? Sorry, PD. That's basically going to be like armor almost. But it has no APV value, and you currently have a HP of like 1.
That's fair.
No fights, basically. No fights.
I'm not the one that gets into fights. People just stab me out of nowhere.
Excuse
No.
me, who walked into the Pangoblin and pissed it off?
No. Let's go. Let's rewind a little bit. Even before then,
Wait.
people randomly stabbed me. I don't know why.
We definitely need to go to the fire plane together.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, where we must make
I
our
was going
second
to
pact.
suggest that.
And that's where we make our second pact.
No, I'm good.
Fire.
Burns.
No. Definitely want 2 packs.
The gem is the
I might make a pact
I
with
love
them
that
depending
song.
on how they are.
But yes,
Just have two-
I
just
assume
have 2 packs
maybe
from
during this time we can use the downtime RP chat.
Absolutely.
Fine. Coordinate some efforts. Yeah, like that.
I will admit, being known as the Grave Lord is pretty badass.
Well, you get that after quite a lot of investment, so
True. But I will also admit, of the Grand Inferno also is pretty damn cool. The Light Lot, what they get called? Luminescent. It's not quite as badass as the other ones.
I like the lightning ones.
Mine's called Twinkie.
Yes,
It's an adorable multi-headed puppy.
I like the lightning ones because literally all of their spells are in capital letters, which means that they are literally shouted. So it's
I
like,
love it.
ultimate unity!
Ooh, motherfucker.
It's okay. When they get to the lightning place, I'm going to have fun.
I was actually thinking that as well. They are
that
literally going to be
you're-
like, we should go do this thing, and also going to do that thing. You're going to come over here. Literally
Twinkie,
like
I
that.
like those guys. Those are really good guys. We should talk to those guys. Those guys seem nice.
Imagine if Twinkie was the baseline, and it only gets higher from there.
Now add
Twinkie
1,000.
talks at their speed, but not quite at their volume.
Yeah.
Ah, fuck my throat. Shadow people, yo.
Maybe.
Fucking shadow people. I'm
Well,
surprised.
maybe
Well done on keeping that up.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I've gotta
that
say,
was
I gotta say,
mental.
considering no fucking voice mod or anything, all natural, well fucking played.
Oh god.
I would have attempted to match you, but my lungs ain't gonna fucking support it. Not in my current state.
If it wouldn't been for like Josh wanting to learn how to do the fucking fiddlestick sound from League of Legends and me attempting it with him, I wouldn't have been able to pull that shit. Especially for that long.
Fiddlestick sound.
What?
Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, Josh, you
did
got
you
the
hear
voice mod
the
thing.
voice they played? Don't know if you can hear this. Can you hear that?
Try it again.
It's a soundboard. Like it just doesn't work sometimes.
There's like several.
Hang on.
work.
That would be your noise suppressor.
It's all off.
And on voice mod,
I'll have a look see if there's anything going
because
on.
voice
there,
mod had
sir.
its own noise suppressant.
Mopping is
Hang on.
off. Most mods off. Open all.
Bottom right, where the speaker's symbol is.
There is a video I've put in.
Reduce background noise off.
That's
If you
Bleep out volume. Is that what I'm looking for?
It's reduced background
that's
noise needs
literally a
to be zero.
sensor. That's a sensor noise. That is. That literally is
Oh.
the beep.
Soundboard. Soundboard volume is at 100. Reduce background noise is off. Voice change volume is at 50. Like,
It should work then.
let's give it another go, I guess.
It might just be a bad recording that you've got.
No, it's coming
completely...
through fine his side for some reason.
Yeah, I can hear it fine.
Yeah, I'm hearing a little bit of it, and then it
I was
gets
about to say, because you can hear this one.
I'm going to shoot myself out of a cannon. With a gun. Already gonna catch the bullet, technically.
in the gameplay chat, I have put in a video for the voice of Fiddlesticks.
Yep.
Inward speaking.
Yep. I will say that actually reminds me of a different voice. Has anyone played the dog?
Always here, my little hero.
Wait.
We own you.
Nessa, there was a bad guy I did with that voice for Avion.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure it was Avion.
I think I can visualise the one you're talking about.
Was it one of the surface ones?
I think it was. Like, it wasn't one of like the top brass of the surf. Oh, it might have been though, because we did see that. It was only her we did it before.
There
It
was
might
one
have
who
been.
could talk like this, and he didn't make much sense.
Yeah.
I just heard Fiddlesticks say that it's basically all the different lines. So they first encounter Nocturne. The most bass voice it has is not not screechy or anything.
It's hunting us. It knows what we're afraid of.
I love the list that goes with it as well.
It's in the house.
What the fuck have you been watching, Blake?
What?
You know we can see your YouTube on the because you're still streaming, right?
Yeah.
We can see your YouTube.
Yeah, I got like a load of weird shit.
Yeah. It's Wokeism's latest victim.
I love this shit.
Do you want to stop streaming?
Oh wait, yeah.